preparing to live stream. It's a little slow. There we go.
All right, good evening, everybody. I will go ahead and call to order this regular session of the Auburn City Council for October 26th, 2020. Before we get started, I just want to quickly announce that due to COVID-19 and the multiple executive orders that were signed by the governor, this meeting is being held to those standards, and thus we are live streaming. However, public comments are being accepted and will continue to be accepted via public comment at auburn.ca.gov. You can see it here on this screen. So at any time, at any point at tonight's meeting, it is not too late. If you want to participate and you have public comment on an item, please email it to publiccomment@auburn.ca.gov. With that, I'll turn it to the city clerk, and please ask her to take the roll for us.
Councilmember Dowden Calvillo.
Present.
Amara.
Present.
Mackey.
Here.
Spokley.
Here.
And Mayor Berlant.
I am here as well. All right, we have a quorum. If you would all join me, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We'll start off with mayor's commendations, proclamations, acknowledgements, and announcements. And I just wanted to make a quick announcement that we are once again, I feel like I'm a broken record at these meetings, but I do want to announce that we're once again under a red flag warning due to extreme winds and high fire danger through Tuesday. So I know our red flag warning signs are out at City Hall and each of our fire stations and all the other countywide fire stations. The city council and city staff, I know, worked throughout the weekend preparing for the potential for power shutoffs, public safety power shutoffs by PG&E. There were portions of Auburn that were originally within the scope of the shutoff. Fortunately, last night, as we all now have learned, the city of Auburn itself was removed from the scope of those PSPS power shutoffs. However, there were some areas in North Auburn, Bowman, Meadow Vista, Forest Hill that did see their power closed. So I just wanted to first acknowledge city staff for coordinating with both PG&E as well as with the county and amongst the different departments. And then just use this as a reminder for all of us that we may have dodged another bullet as far as both fires and power shutoffs, but it's such a reminder why we have to continue to ensure that we're staffing our fire department appropriately and that we are all on our own prepared for the potential for power shutoff. So fortunate to not have added a PSPS to all the issues that have made up 2020 for Auburn and for all of us. So the next item here, I wanted to announce there's been a lot of discussion with city staff related to placement of a plaque for the late Kelly Krieger. Work is underway to be able to acknowledge her efforts in the aviation world. I think many on the council know or knew Kelly very well, and many in our community as well did. However, if you did not know, Kelly worked very hard and was instrumental in a number of events related to the Auburn Airport. That included the Auburn Air Fair. She helped organize that event back in 2016. If I'm not mistaken, we likely would have had an air show here in 2020 had it not been for a lot of the COVID restrictions over the summer. She also helped fundraise for some of the statues that have acknowledged our military veterans, specifically Colonel Bud Anderson, which sits out at the airport next to the Wings restaurant, as well as Bunny Potter, who has a statue at the Veterans Memorial Garden in downtown. So such a tragic loss for Auburn. I do want to give a quick opportunity. I don't know if any, it looks like Kim Homo was able to join us. Kim, I'd like to give you the opportunity if there's anything you'd like to add about Kelly or about the work underway to try to recognize her. And you are there.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. So like you said, many of you know Kelly, that she did do a lot of work for Auburn. She also did huge part of her home to veterans. I'm not sure if anybody had the opportunity to go in and take a look at that, but it was beautiful. She has been in and around Auburn helping and doing amazing things for the city of Auburn. And we really would like to put in that beautiful plaque and just in memory of her. I know she was a friend to many in Auburn, and she kind of had her hands in everything in Auburn. So if anybody has any questions, we did kind of send over some things that we would like it to look like. And Douglas Van Houd, he is helping with this project as well. And we have raised enough money to move forward with it.
Great. Thank you, Kim.
Great.
Anybody from the council have any questions for Kim or want to make any comments related to Kelly? Yeah, Alice, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say that I've known Kelly for several decades since my initial term on the city council. I had the pleasure of working with her when I was on the Placer County Economic Development Board. And she was just a joy. I got to know her, attended some events with her outside of her veteran issues that she was so passionate about. And it was just a huge loss for all of us in Auburn. It was very devastating of her to hear of her loss. And I'm very grateful that we're able to move forward and acknowledge all of her service to our community in this fashion. So may she rest in peace. She was just a real, an asset and just such a joy. Always, that's her smile.
Yeah.
Always had a smile on her face, no matter what she was doing or what she was going through. She had a positive attitude and to the very end. So thank you. I'm glad we can do this.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments they'd like to make? Yeah, Councilwoman Mackey.
I just like to concur. I knew Kelly for at least 30 years myself, and she's such a joy to be around. And Alice said it best. She was just always had a smile on her face and working hard for veterans and supporting Bud and his group. And I mean, it was just, she did wonderful work, and she will really sorely be missed. I miss her.
Great. Thank you. Kim, thank you for joining us this evening, and we look forward to additional information about the plaque, and excited to hear that you sounds like have already raised enough funds to do it. And I know Chief Spencer, who is our director liaison for now over at the airport, I know has been in coordination with you. So again, appreciate you tonight joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you guys taking the time to help us with it. Thank you.
And with that, we'll go ahead and move to agenda approval. This is the time set aside for the council and or the public to remove an item or postpone it, as well as change the listed sequence of the agenda. Otherwise, the agenda will be approved by a roll call of the council. So I'll look to the council to see if there's any items anybody would like to change, remove, and not seeing any. I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
I move
I'll
we
move.
agenda.
Oh, go ahead, Sandy.
I move we approve the agenda.
And I'll second.
Okay, if the clerk will please take the roll.
Councilmember Down Calvillo,
Aye.
Amara,
Yes.
Mackey,
Aye.
Stokely,
Yes.
and Mayor Berlant.
I am an aye as well. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are routine in nature and will be approved by one blanket motion with a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a person requests specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion and for separate action. Any items removed will be considered after the motion to approve the consent calendar. Is there anybody who would like to remove an item from the consent calendar? And I'll start with Councilwoman Dowden-Calvillo. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to remove item number 2, and I have a really quick question on item number 4.
Okay, so items 2 and 4. Is there anybody else who would like to remove any other items? Yeah, Councilmember Stokely, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull item number 1, please.
Item number 1. Is there anybody that would like to pull item number 3? Okay, good. We've narrowed it down. With that, if I can check to see if there was anybody from the public, Amy, that wanted to remove item number 3.
Let me just double check. No, I do not have any requests.
Okay, with that, if I could get a motion to approve item number 3.
I will move approval.
I'll
Item
second.
number 3.
Okay, is there a second? Oh, sorry, first and a second. If the clerk will please take the roll.
Councilmember Down Calvillo,
Aye.
Amara,
Yes.
Mackey,
Aye.
Spokely,
Yes.
and Mayor Berlant.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay, we'll move to item number 1. This is the funding request for the Economic Development Commission. I'll turn it to Councilmember Spokely for questions or comments that you have on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out, we all know that April Maynard and the Arts Commission do a fantastic job around our fair city. This was an item that she brought before the EDC to use a little bit of the money that we had still in our budget for the EDC to do decorations at City Hall, as the staff report mentions. I just wanted to take a moment to thank her and the Arts Commission for all of their hard work. The vote was unanimous at the EDC to move this along to City Council for approval. And I'm certainly 100% in support of this. These will be fall decorations in front of City Hall in November, and then Christmas decorations in, around the Christmas holiday. These decorations used to be done, I think, largely by Maura and maybe city staff. And now that Maura's gone, we're going to go ahead and pick this up and do these decorations. So fully supportive of it. Just wanted to take a moment to thank April and the Arts Commission.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this item? Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo, go ahead.
Yes, since Councilman Spokely took this off this agenda, I thought I'd just take the opportunity to say that it's my understanding that we may not even need to spend the full amount of money, because there are some Christmas lights, our city manager informed me, that may be available, some other decorations available from the fairgrounds that we might be able to utilize as well. So it's almost like this is a kind of a cap. So I appreciate the efforts, and I look forward to seeing a decorated City Hall, but we may be able to do this even cheaper with the lights and other decorations that might be available from the fairgrounds. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from the council? Okay, seeing none, I'll see if there's any public comment on this item.
There is not.
And with that, I'll accept a motion.
I move we approve the item number 1, funding request from the Economic Development Commission.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Sorry.
Thank you. If the clerk will please take the roll.
Councilmember Down Calvillo,
Aye.
Amara,
Yes.
Mackey,
Aye.
Spokely,
Yes.
and Mayor Berlant.
And I am an aye as well. All right, thank you. Moving on to item number 2, the tiles recommendations from the Streetscape History and Art Advisory Committee. Council member Dowden Calvillo.
Yes, thank you very much. And I spoke to the city manager a little bit about this earlier, but what I really wanted to know on this item is what the actual cost is in the purchase of the tile, the engraving of the tile, and the installation. And the reason I ask this is because I've experienced with this with the Endurance Capital of the World Committee. We're actually making a recommendation that hopefully will be approved shortly for another tile. And the committee, the Endurance Capital of the World Committee, will be charged for the cost of that tile. And it's my understanding that the shack sometimes charges more than the actual cost to try to put a little bit of a surplus in their reserves to cover the cost of tiles where there isn't a sponsor, for example, the historic tile. And I don't really think that that's the most appropriate way to go. I'd rather approve funds for shack to, give them a certain amount of money for those tiles, for the historic tiles, as opposed to charging other city committees that might be putting forth recommendations for a different tile, charging them more. So I asked the city manager about that. And John, were you able to find that out? The cost?
Yeah, you know what, the one thing I found is that the $1,250 that they have in their budget right now will not cover it.
Right.
They will actually have to do, and depending on them, just looking at a rule of thumb, because each one of the tiles is actually different. They have different engraving, letters, all that fun stuff. And you're probably looking at north of $600 a piece, probably to start. So they are going to have to do fundraising for this, but the 50 they have right now is not going to cover it.
But and we can talk about the budget part under the budget, but so what they're saying is that a tile, is it fair to say then the cost of a tile would be anywhere between $600 and maybe $1,000 for
Yeah.
once everything is said and done? Does that seem about right?
Easily, especially
Okay.
if you're going to get a granite piece. Let's just say that it's a 30 by 30 granite piece that goes into the ground. You're also talking about setting that tile also. So probably just the engraving is going to be between $6,000 and $1,000, and depending on where and how it goes, it could be higher than that. So you're talking probably at least $1,500 per
Tile. Okay. So when we get to the budget, we can talk about that, but what they're saying is it's about $1,500. And right now I know that there's 3 historic tiles that they're asking for approval right now. And so clearly that's not in their budget because those don't have sponsors. So if we approve this item, is there a problem because there isn't sufficient funding, or is it the thought they're going to go out and fundraise for those, or what's the thought on that, John, to cover the cost for those 3?
Yeah, based on the minutes, they had a very limited discussion about the fundraising, but I think it's very clear if you read their minutes, they know that they're going to have to fundraise and come up with the money somehow. So I wouldn't think that there's a problem with you approving. I think as far as their committee, and I was sharing with the mayor, I think the Shack's the only committee that I haven't gone to thus far. So I'm going to wait for their next meeting. And, my recommendation, approve the tiles, and I'll go to the next meeting and talk it up with them as far as how they think they're going to pay for it.
Okay, and I would appreciate that, and it might be that in the next budget cycle, I know, again, I don't want to get into the other issue, but I would like to be able to have a realistic proposal from them so that, I don't know if they've had to fundraise for the other historical tiles or how that's gone. Shack really came into play after I left the city council, all of that Central Square, all of that. So I don't have that background information. And if they're able to fundraise without an issue, then that's perfect, wonderful. But if they need to have a little bit of an augmentation to their budget to assist them, then, we should have that built in as a proposal. They should have a work plan or what have you, just like our other committees do if they want additional funding. What I just don't want to see happen is I don't want them to charge other committees more money, because that's what's happening is they're charging like the Endurance Capital Committee more money than it would cost for the tile. And I don't, if they need additional city funds, then they should come from the budget versus another committee having to pay for those monies. That's really where this all came from. So, food for thought and something to think about, and to, if Shack folks are listening today, I'd really like to see them just charge the city committees what the actual cost is. And if they are needing additional money, that they should come to the council or do the fundraising for that additional money rather than charging extra to get a little bit more. So thank you.
Add and maybe answer a few questions. I sat on the Shack committee for a very quick second and then was reassigned. But my understanding, at least since I have been on the council, and I don't know how far it goes, predates that, and maybe Cheryl, you might know as well, but that it's always been a policy direction that the Shack has to fundraise even for the historic tiles, that the council approves tiles well in advance. I think there are tiles that let me rephrase that. There are tiles that we have approved that have not generated enough funding. And so while they have been approved in concept and in text, they have not been fundraised and then produced and installed. So my understanding is that the council's role here has been to approve the tiles themselves, and they preload that, but that whether it's a policy or just has been direction, that they are required to ensure that it's not just fundraising for the newest and latest tiles, but that they raise enough money to be able to kind of intermix historic tiles who have no, supporter along with the new ones. And so I think that may be a separate item of discussion to determine whether the council wants to change that policy. But that was what my understanding from being on the committee was, as well as being on the Endurance Committee having the same discussion on their end, because you're right, we essentially are making others pay more in order to do it, but it's been the direction of the council not to pull money out of the budget itself to do these tiles, but rather require the community to come up with those additional. So Cheryl, I don't know if you have any additional two you wanted to add to the
You're
discussion.
absolutely right, Daniel, but we used to fund them like $2,500 a year, and I understood that to cover 2 tiles, and that they would put in 2 tiles a year, and that was $1,250. And
Okay,
that,
like those.
that covered the engraving, and the tile areas are already ready to be removed and have one put in. So the installation isn't a huge deal. It's the engraving and that sort of thing, that and the cost of the granite that is the expense. But that said, I don't remember them ever charging another committee more than what it costs to put the tile in. That's, to me, not acceptable. So
I agree, and
that's that cost.
That's what I'm hearing is happening, given my short tenure on the Auburn Endurance Committee, which puts forth several requests for tiles, right? I mean, it's probably the biggest of all the committees, the one that puts forth the most recommendations. And we discussed this at length about the fact that they are upcharged for their tiles, and that they were told that they were upcharged for the purposes of putting some monies aside for those tiles that there weren't funds for. And I just don't think that's appropriate. Again, if the city needed to supplement or what have you, then that should be a separate item through the budget process. And it sounds like we've already sort of agreed to that with a small augmentation in their budget. But I just don't think that they should be upcharging the committees or this other folks, unless they upcharge everybody. I don't think they're, like Tyro's being sponsored by the Hillman Foundation. So I'm sure that the Hillman Foundation will cover the entire cost. But they're not going to be paying an extra $500 for, so we just need to be consistent across the board.
Right.
Why don't we, to move this along, but to address the valid concern, maybe we can agendize, John, for a future meeting, a presentation by the SHAC committee on what their procedures are, because I think there are some good questions here. There may be some really good explanations and some good history. And then maybe there's some new discussion on how we want to see it funded into the future. So Councilwoman Donna Calvillo, would that address your concerns tonight?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I have no problem if we're ready, whenever you're ready to make a motion to, I know that, to make a motion to approve those 5 tiles.
Sure. It looks like Councilwoman Amara, you have a question. Go ahead.
Oh, just a quick question. How much were they going to charge the endurance committee? $1,500 for a tile?
You know what? I can't remember the exact amount, what they were going to charge. We were putting forth a recommendation for one, but what the committee told me, and so we haven't been billed yet, right? Because they haven't given us formal approval. So I don't know what that cost is going to be. But the committee did say that in the past, because again, it's put forth all those endurance, a lot of those endurance tiles are their recommendations. And they've said that in the past, they have been upcharged for all of them. And the reason given was to give them a little bit of extra money in there and to help pay for those tiles where there wasn't somebody sponsoring them. So I don't know that exact amount yet.
I just say that because I know there is a group that's going around that is trying to do a tile for Mayor Kirby, and they've been told $1,500, and they're looking into ways to fund that. So anyway.
One final comment.
Mackie, go ahead.
Just one final comment, and it's very minor. I was looking at Tyro's, the engraving that they have on it, and I'm hoping that the committee's listening tonight, because I would encourage them, because people that don't know Tyro, just like John and I were talking about it today, and John was going over the agenda, he called Tyro a tavern owner. And that's no slap on you, John. You didn't know Tyro. And anybody would think that if they read this tile. He wasn't just a tavern owner. He was a McCann Award winner. And it's not even on his tile. And to me, if they neglect to put that on there, it's a huge mistake. And I just hope they're listening tonight, and I hope they take that into consideration to put that he is a McCann Award winner on that, because that's very important, because that means he did so much for this community, and he did, as well as for the Hillman Foundation and so on. So anyway, that's all I had to say.
Real quick, and then I want to come back to that. We do have a number of attendees, probably beyond the couple of speakers. Is there anybody from the SHAC committee in our lobby today? And if so, if you could just raise your hand. I think if you're on we have a couple of phone numbers as well. You should be able to somehow notify us as well that you're requesting to speak. If just want to make sure that the other thing too, Councilwoman Mackey, back to your concerns about Ty Rose. We do have the ability tonight not to approve it and to send it back to the SHAC committee to try to get some additional clarification or additional language. I know the previous tiles that have come before me, I know have been sent back in the past because of some of those questions. And while the SHAC committee is a diverse group that works with the sponsors, I think if you are concerned about that, this, I think, technically is the opportunity for us to ensure that it's done. Because if I'm not mistaken, and John, you can help us out here, I think that technically speaking, if we approve them tonight, the committee doesn't have to come back to us, and maybe you're okay with that, with with at least the discussion. But just wanted to mention that I think you have the right, and as do all of us now, if we want to send that back for a little bit of editing.
Well, I would defer to the rest of the council. I'd like to know how they feel about it. If they agree that Tyro's tile should say McCann Award winner on it.
I agree with you, Councilmember Mackey. That is a huge honor that was bestowed upon him, well deserved, and I think it should be memorialized in the tile as well. I'm sure it was a simple oversight and not intentional.
No, they had it on there and took it off because they wanted to put on this other stuff.
Oh
no, that's what Bridget told me. That's all I know.
Oh.
So,
Councilmember Stokely, do you have comment or questions?
I was just going to concur, Mr. Mayor, with Councilwoman Mackey. I think it's a high honor in our community and certainly should be mentioned in this tile. Ty was much more than a restaurateur in our community.
Yes.
One quick question here from me to our city manager. Do you know, is there any pending installation and is this thing ready to go to the engravers, or is there the ability for us to have that discussion?
I think absolutely to have that discussion. They're waiting for the approval on this thing. I think in that case, we can just send it back to the committee and say, hey, this is what came out of the council as a McCann Award winner, and they think maybe that should be added. And if anything, we'll just tell them before you move forward, why don't you bring it back to the council?
it does say on the minutes that Lee is still working on the wording for Ty Rose. I'm assuming that's Lee Buckingham. So it's still working on the wording for the for his tiles. So maybe we could just encourage them to put that on there.
Okay. And the other piece too is we can always invite the SHAC to send a representative. And I think even in the past, some of the sponsors have sent representatives to answer some of these questions. And so maybe for our next meeting, if we so choose, but it sounds like the majority at minimum is in agreement that we want to send Ty Rose back to have either some further explanation or to add McCann to it. But with that, real quick, is there anybody else who has any comments or questions? Yeah, Councilmember Amar, go ahead.
I'm fine, quite honestly, either way. I think maybe it might be appropriate to have our city manager or our mayor just talk to the committee and try and understand why they came up with the word, why they wanted to get rid of it, and then come to a consensus, whatever the city manager agrees to. I think it's good to get their input, though. They personally, so that's where I stand.
Okay, great. Yeah, Councilmember Stokely, go ahead.
I thank you, Mr. Mayor. In reading through this item and seeing these five tiles, I guess I would just request, and I know I don't need to get into Shaq's business here, but I know that there's applications that come forward or people bring up potential applicants for these tiles before the committee. I would like a brief summary of why these folks have made it through the review process and are here before us. You know, that Robert Gordon, you know, he came to town. I don't know him, and I'm sure that there was something that was outstanding about this person, and that's why we're talking about him here tonight. But a few of these are brand new names to me, and you know, maybe shame on me for not knowing them. I would just appreciate it in the future we could get a kind of a summary of why these folks rose above all the others, potential folks that, you know, should be honored with a tile. We don't have many places for these tiles, and in reading through the minutes, there wasn't a lot of background on them. So I don't know if that's a brief paragraph that the person who's nominating the person can put together, so it helps me understand the contributions they made to our community. But these are very limited spaces that we've got in our streetscape area, and I would just like to know a little bit more about some of these candidates. I'm not willing to stop this now if it's the will of the council to move this forward, but I'd love to know more about Robert Gordon. I'd love to know more about William Henry McDaniel Jr. There's just not a lot of information in this packet for me to glean from to better understand, you know, who these people are and what the contributions that they made to the city of Auburn.
Councilwoman Dunn-Calvillo, 1 second here. What if I make the recommendation, since it sounds like there is no immediacy to this tonight? I think it would be appropriate, based on the line of questions that we have, and based on you know, the historical significance for us understanding it, the education behind it, that why don't we pull this item and bring it back at our next meeting so that Shaq can come and give a brief presentation and maybe answer some of these questions, because I think they all you know, I think they all deserve for us to understand a little bit more, and especially since you, like you said, there is only a finite number of spaces. And while there are a lot of vacant spaces currently, you know, Auburn has, you know, centuries ahead of it. And so I would want to ask that we, based on our overall discussions, that we just pull this till the next meeting, postpone our decision, and invite the Shaq to come give a presentation, answer some of the questions that we have tonight, and then we move forward. But Councilman Dunn-Calvillo, thank you for letting me interrupt you, but go ahead.
Yes, and I'm fine with that as well. And I was going to say that going through this process with the Auburn Endurance Committee, there's actually a pretty involved application that goes through all of that. I mean, ours is pages long for the candidate that we'll be nominating a tile for. We're actually working with them to get that approved, including the description of their contribution to the city of Auburn. So you know, it almost seems like they could just include that application in the packet, because it's really, you know, an easy thing to do. And it provides a lot of information, because they are very, they do scrutinize each application. And again, just going through this with the Auburn Endurance Committee, we made a proposal. I thought we had a pretty good proposal, but they had some questions that were fully justified and sent us back to provide some additional information. And that's what we're doing. And so they are doing their due diligence. And so maybe it's just sharing the information with us, the applications with us, so that we can also understand the significance of this folks. So I appreciate your bringing that up, Councilman. And then Mr. Mayor, I'm fine with just deferring this until our next meeting, if that's what the will of the council is.
So let me throw it back out there. This isn't a motion, but is the council good if we just send this back to city staff to bring back at the next meeting? And I think Councilwoman Amara, if I'm not mistaken, I know we may have just changed this back up, but I think you might be the representative to the Shaq committee. So maybe you could reach back out to them and just talk to them about not our concerns, but our eagerness to have them join us. And, things are different this year because we are virtual. And so they may not have known that they were invited. And so maybe we could just invite them to our next meeting and let them get an opportunity to give a presentation.
Sounds good. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, so in terms of moving this to the next meeting, if that's something the council wants to do, you could make a motion to do it to a date certain. You could also just simply not approve them this evening, and that would have the effect of sending it back down.
Yeah,
Not really-
I'm prepared to make a motion when you're ready, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
So I would move that we continue this item.
Perfect.
I'll second that.
Okay, see no other discussion. If the clerk will please take the roll.
Councilmember Dowden Calvillo,
Aye.
Amara,
Yes.
Mackey,
Aye.
Stokely,
Yes.
and Mayor Berlant.
I as well. Okay, the item is continued for a future meeting. Moving on to item number 4, the adoption of the ADA Transition Plan, Phase 2. Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo, I believe you pulled this one as well.
I did, and I really just had a really quick question with regards to this. It's a comprehensive plan. I recognize that we're simply approving the plan itself. We're not funding the various aspects of it. But I just wondered, with regards to the Carnegie Library, I see that we've got about $300,000 worth of improvements that are needed for ADA. Is that the reason why we closed it? Because of the ADA? Was it because of that?
No, from my talk with staff, that is one of the reasons is accessibility.
Okay. All right. And so at some later date, I know that, I had talked to the city manager about whether or not, there was any grants available to help us, make these kinds of changes. And it doesn't sound like there's very much available. For the library, there may be something simply because it's a historic building. There might be some historic preservation grants that are available at the state level. But I guess this is just one of those unfunded, unmet needs that we really need to take a look at and chip at and chisel at. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other
And that was the only
questions
question.
from council? Okay, not seeing any. I'll bring it back. Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo, if you want to make a motion.
Yes.
Actually, I'm sorry, real quick. I know the answer, but I just want to voice it. To the city clerk, is there any comment on this item from the public?
There is not.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo, go ahead.
No worries. So I will move by resolution to adopt the City of Auburn's Americans with Disability Act's Transition Plan Phase 2.
Second.
I'll second.
If the clerk will please take the roll. Sorry about that.
Councilmember Dowden Calvillo,
Aye.
Amara,
Yes.
Mackey,
Aye.
Stokely,
Yes.
and Mayor Berlant.
I as well. All right, moving on then to public comment here. I do think we have at least one public comment, but first I'll turn to the city council to see if anybody has a comment that they'd like to make.
No.
Okay, not seeing any. We'll turn it to the city clerk.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Go
I do
ahead.
have.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. It's really important too. I think I wanted to take this time to congratulate Daniel, our mayor, on winning the Best of the Best council person. I read it in the Auburn Journal when I got back from my vacation. Congratulations, Daniel. And I've said it before, and I just want to say it again. I want to emphasize that you have really stepped up to the plate as our mayor during these very trying times. You've got a very busy job, but you've been there for our community, informing them on everything, including us. And I very much appreciate it. I really do. And I understand why you were chosen the best of the best. So thank you very much, Daniel, for all your hard work.
I very much appreciate that. And I think
Yes.
it's quite an honor as all 5 of us have been working significantly harder than maybe ever before trying to keep things going. So it means a lot for your acknowledgement, but also just because there are 5 great council members on this group. So thank you for that. It means a lot. With that, and now that I might be blushing a little bit, I'll turn it back to the city clerk for public
I
comment.
love that.
Sure, we received
Yes,
one public
I see.
one public comment via email. And that concludes public comment for tonight's meeting.
All right, thank you. Well, let's move on to item number 6. This is the presentation by Pioneer Community Energy. And while our city clerk adds them, I would like to welcome Don Eckert and Sam King to our meeting tonight. So we will get them added here. And Don, good evening to you. You are on mute, but if you are ready, there you go. Good evening.
Good evening to you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just, I'm going to share my screen for the presentation, or is the board clerk putting up the presentation?
We can do either.
If it's okay with you, please, if you don't mind just putting up the presentation, that'd be great.
Sure.
Okay, good evening again, council members. And thank you again for having us tonight. We have a significant event that we want to talk about regarding Pioneer. And Pioneer, as a community choice aggregator, is owned by the citizens of. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So can you see the presentation?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. So also joining me tonight would be Sam Kong, who's our Chief Operating Officer, and many of you already know Alexia. And so I'll keep this presentation brief, as I know you have a lot of items tonight to discuss, but do want to touch on the significant event regarding expansion. So next slide, please. So I'll just spend very briefly 2-3 slides on who we are as a reminder, what we do, and where we're located. So who we are, as I mentioned, we're owned by the citizens of Auburn, as well as the other folks that we serve in Placer County. Unlike PG&E, which is an investor-owned utility that has shareholders that could be all around the world, we're owned by the people that we serve. Next slide, please. And just a reminder of where we are. So everything in blue, that is PG&E's territory, is eligible for to be on with Pioneer. As the legislation that created CCAs, we're not competing with publicly owned utilities such as SMUD or Roseville Electric. And then Liberty Energy is an IOU, but it's off the table for currently in our territory. And there's a sliver of El Dorado County, which is part of the expansion that we want to talk about. That's also Liberty Energy, that we would not be going into their territory. And next slide, please. And just also as a reminder, so we have 93,000 customers of all the various rate classes. And it's really about competitive rates and having that local control. And just to give you a couple examples of that. So about a year ago or so, folks from Rockland had voiced a complaint about mobile home park residents not being able to enjoy the savings from CCA. And that was brought up to our very own Alexia, who worked with our trade organization, CalCCA, who eventually went through the legislative hurdles. And that actually was a bill just signed a month ago by the governor to protect mobile home park residents. And that really all started from a issue that was brought up by Rockland. And many of you are aware of with the PSPS events and the work of our very own Chuck Heiselman, who helped with the Auburn Police Department, as well as various other issues in helping the city through with PSPS. So that's just an example of that local control and being able to reach out to us on various issues. And next slide, please. And just as also a reminder, I went back through when we first launched in February 2018. And I went through June 2020. I just don't have final meter data from California ISO past June. And just as Auburn took a chance to create Pioneer Community Energy over the last 2 years and a few months, we've actually saved Auburn 1.9 million. That's 1.9 million that didn't go to San Francisco, that stayed with the citizens of Auburn. And collectively, we've saved about 28.5 million for all our territory. So that's enough of the intro. Next slide, please. We'll just get in then to the heart of the issue, which is what we wanted to talk to you tonight about regarding expansion. So I joined Pioneer Community Energy around mid-July, and about a month later, I had an introductory call with the county administrator for El Dorado County, as well as the city manager for City of Placerville, and it really quickly turned from an introductory conversation to, yes, I think we're all on the same page here. Can we do business, and how quickly could this happen? We then approached expansion to include El Dorado County and City of Placerville with our expansion committee, which features 2 board members from Pioneer's board. And then we approached the subject with a review with our Pioneer's board back in September, which also included getting approval from the board to prepare an amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement. And just as a understanding of why we're talking about this now before we actually have financial numbers that says let's move forward or not move forward. And it has to do with a very compressed time schedule. So as we're speaking today and apprising Auburn's Council of expansion, at the same time, we also hired a consultant to put together an impact assessment study. And an impact assessment study is essentially a financial pro forma that will have various assumptions in it, and we'll talk more about that later at the end of the presentation. But that impact assessment study will then give us a strong indication of whether we should move forward or not. And you might say, well, why are we talking now before we have that impact assessment study? Well, to be able to bring El Dorado Energy or El Dorado County and Placerville online in 2022, I have to have everything filed with the CPUC, California Public Utilities Commission, by the end of this calendar year. And so if I wait till November for the impact assessment study and then approach the various councils for approval of the JPA in December, or it may move into January, I will miss that window. And that's why we're talking about this tonight. And then we'll talk at the end of this presentation about the timing of that impact assessment study and what are the next steps. Next slide, please. So I just want to spend the next 3-4 slides on understanding from everybody's viewpoint on who's getting what out of this. Why is it beneficial for El Dorado and Placerville? Why is it good for Pioneer? And why does it matter for the city of Auburn? So looking at El Dorado County and Placerville first, and to understand what they're getting out of this. At the end of the day, they want what you have. They want local control of their energy future, and they want competitive rates. They want to enjoy those savings that we showed you a few slides back. But that's the end game. What are they really getting out of this to join Pioneer? Well, one is they avoid startup capital. So as Pioneer launched, there were expenses in creating the JPA. There were expenses in developing the messaging and starting up the business. And really, the biggest expense of all for startup working capital was there's a time lag between when you start receiving revenues and when you have to pay for the power. And that was a good $12-13 million at risk when we first launched in 2018. That's startup capital that all of you took a risk on to form Pioneer that El Dorado and Placerville are getting to avoid. Time. If El Dorado and Placerville decided to do their own CCA, they're probably looking at 2024, 25 to be able to launch, if at all. We're offering that, if everything holds true, in 2022. And then knowledge. It's much easier to make multi-million-dollar decisions on on power supply when you have another 7 members on your board who have been making those decisions for the past 2.5 years, as well as staff and consultants in place to help you with recommendations. So it's a good deal for El Dorado and Placerville, but let's then talk about what's in it for Pioneer and for Auburn. Next slide, please. So for Pioneer, there's really one of two really important hurdles that have to get over to move forward with expansion. One of them is financial, and the other one I'll talk about in a moment when we get to the governance slide. But this has to make financial sense for Pioneer and ultimately for Auburn to move forward with expansion. So if we are expanding and we're adding to our margins, then I'll start from left to right on the slide. We should be able then to maintain stable, competitive rates, especially right now, as pointed out. 2020 has been a crazy year, to say the least. The last thing we want to do is to do anything with the rates. So if this expansion is helping our bottom line to be able to maintain those rates and to add to those savings that you were shown earlier, then it makes sense. To the extent that we're building up our reserves and building up our margins to be able to invest in local power supply projects such as biomass and create jobs in our service territory, it makes sense. To the extent that we're adding another 50, 60,000 meters to Pioneer territory, it doesn't seem fair, but at the end of the day, the folks that have the most meters get the better seat when you're having discussions on legislative issues. It's in Sacramento, or regulatory issues with the California Public Utilities Commission. So that gives us more leverage. And then with power supply, I've seen this with other CCAs where they have joint procurement to be able to attract larger projects, more financially competent suppliers, and get better pricing. Having more load gives us better options as we procure power in the future as well. Next slide, please. So next couple slides, I want to talk about how this, though, is important to the citizens of Auburn. As our core mission is really stable and competitive rates, but I have a lot of risk to maintaining those rates. And I'll just hit a couple of those items. Load loss from the economy. So I understand the load loss we have right now. What I don't know is what the new economy is going to look like. And that's risk to rates if my load goes down. And I don't need to preach to any of you of the impact to your own budgets. Power supply. I'll give you an example. In August, during the heat wave, we had power supply go up to $1,000 a megawatt hour. And we have to keep the lights on. We paid for that. You have to have the right reserves in place because when those revenues come in, there's a time lag. And when those very big power supply bills show up, you have about a week or two to pay them. And another impact to power supply is resource adequacy or capacity. And that essentially is fees that we pay for power plants to be able to maintain grid reliability. And that's getting more scarce and more expensive as we move forward. Power charge and different adjustment. Again, another significant impact to our rate competitiveness. It's extremely volatile. And our Councilwoman Mackey is well aware of it. I won't waste time tonight talking about the PCIA, but it's a significant risk to our competitive rates. And then direct access, less of an issue in the short term, but in the long term, there could be risks there where the state raises the cap and allowing larger customers to be able to procure their power, not from PG&E, not from Pioneer, but from a third-party supplier such as Shell or Calpine. And if you lose, a few customers in your top 10, that's going to be a risk to rates. My best and really only defense on rate competitiveness is having the right reserves in place. And what does Pioneer and the citizens of Auburn get out of El Dorado and Placerville joining is that gives us about 50 to 60,000 meters, and I don't have the exact number yet. We'll learn that in a few weeks from the assessment study. But that gives me approximately 50 to 60,000 meters to spread that risk across to help us maintain the rates. Next slide, please. And just to talk about reserves and target. So my target is 120 days cash for the next 12 months of expenses. And what does that mean? It means that if the revenue faucet was shut off, my target is to have 120 days coverage to be able to pay my bills until the revenue faucet was turned back on. And you can see over the next 2-3 years, I'm not at my target. That puts me at risk to maintain the rates, which is why I hope that you consider expansion if the impact assessment study comes in positive. In fact, in FY22, I'm looking at an increase in resource adequacy or capacity bills on the power supply side. That's actually going to erode my reserves a bit, and that's with maintaining rates as they are today. So I'm not at my reserves target. I want to maintain the rates, and essentially that's the first of the two hurdles of, does this financially make sense to move forward? And then lastly, next slide. Beyond the rates, which I consider such as, you get on the plane and you land safely and you land on time, and those are core services that when you take a flight. But if you get bumped up to first class when you didn't expect it, that's what I consider a value play. If we keep the rates competitive and we keep them stable, I think that's something that you're going to expect. But there's other value plays that if Pioneer is financially stronger, that we can provide that would be true value. And one is economic development rates. So how cool would it be if I have a strong enough balance sheet to subsidize a development rate to entice a business either into Auburn or into the territory that's hiring folks from Auburn. And Pioneer was part of that conversation that lured that business into the territory. That's a real value play. Biomass, you've seen the last couple of months. We need it for the environment. We need it to clean up the forest. But just as just to give you an idea of the cost, we're looking at $100 to $140 a megawatt hour for biomass versus if I bought it from California ISO at $30 to $40 a megawatt hour. So it's something we need, but it's expensive. And I have to be in a position that I want to expand on that, but we have to be in a strong financial position to do so. Pay down debt. So we have currently about $10.5 million in debt from when we first launched, and we drew on our line of credit. I'm looking to pay that back over the next 3 years in equal installments, and we'll have it paid off by 2023. Considering that we would have a stronger balance sheet over the next couple of years, how cool would that be to also pay that back ahead of schedule? And then Mr. Merritt brought up PSPS events. We're in the middle of one right now. We talked to a supplier about a few weeks ago, and there's options of, perhaps powering up substation that could really help on PSPS mitigation. But when we ask for the price, they're either developing that price or they just haven't wanted to tell me the price because it may end a negotiation. So these are the things that we want to do. We know that we need to address PSPS. We just have to be financially healthy to be able to address it. Next slide, please. So I talked about really the first hurdle, which is it has to pass the financial test. And I hope over the last 4 or 5 slides, you saw that it's a win for El Dorado Placerville. It's a win for Pioneer, and that should equate to a win for Auburn. Let's talk about governance and the second criteria for expansion. So we currently have a 7-member board, of which Councilwoman Mackey is our vice chair. And the 7 members, we have 6 actual member agencies. So we have a member from each city and town, and then we have 2 from Placer County. What we're proposing with this expansion would be a 9-member board, so 2 additional members to the board, one from El Dorado County and one from City of Placerville from their respective Board of Supervisors or City Council. And the last bullet point would be the second important criteria with expansion, and that is if you're going to expand, it should be with like-minded folks. If you expand into an area that is very lucrative financially, but you're bringing in a group that may consider only 100% carbon free, and that's going to raise the rates, then all you've done is just introduced a lot of conflict to the board. So in our initial talks with Placerville and El Dorado, we wanted to be able to flush that out to be certain that we were on the same page. Also in this presentation, I included a letter from both El Dorado and Placerville emphasizing their desire to be part of this and to share the same goals and vision that the current board has for Pioneer. So very important that if you're considering expansion, it should be with like-minded folks. Everything I've seen from El Dorado and Placerville has passed that test for me. Next slide, please. So moving forward, we're talking to you tonight regarding expansion, and this is a discussion item. There's no action needed tonight. On November 6th at 3 p.m., we will be most likely at the Board of Supervisors boardroom, and we will be meeting with the board to discuss the impact assessment study. Again, that's the pro forma put together by an independent consultant. With that pro forma, I cannot 100% guarantee from a forecast that we will correctly predict power prices over the next 5 to 10 years. But I do want to 100% have confidence in the assumptions. And so we will spend the entire meeting, it's one topic for that meeting, to go over that impact assessment study to make sure everyone is comfortable with the assumptions. Then this item, if it makes sense to move forward, this item would then be back on the Auburn's Council for November as an action item to amend the JPA to allow El Dorado and Placerville to join. The Pioneer Board would then make a action item to amend the JPA in December, and then we would file our plan with the CPUC. They usually take about 90 days to give approval, of which then after March 30th, 31st, we should have our answer from the CPUC and then move forward with preparations for expansion. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we're looking at the impact assessment study as our critical go, no-go decision. We're gonna go through that on November 6th. If it's favorable, we will ask for Auburn's support of expansion. If it's unfavorable, we suspend these activities and consider it again at a future time. With that, I thank you very much for your time tonight. And between Sam, Alexia, and myself, happy to take any questions. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Don. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Mackey, who's also our representative on the Pioneer Board. Go ahead.
Thank you, Don. That was a great presentation. Short but sweet. I like those kind. I'm sure my council is wondering how I feel about this expansion since we haven't discussed it. So I thought I would give my overview of how I feel about it. And of course, it all depends on the impact assessment. If it's financially feasible or not, that's most important to me. And it'll be a no-go, and so it won't matter if it's not financially feasible, we won't do it. I believe it's going to be good for us in the respect that Placer County, El Dorado County and Placerville are very similar in topography and very similar to Placer County. So I think it's a good fit that way. I also think that legislatively, we have so many items in the legislature, so many items for the PUC all the time. And I think it would give us more clout at both places. And I think we really need that. I also think that biomass is important to our area, and it would give us a way forward to create, to have some biomass access for both of our counties, because we need it. We need to get rid of this, this overgrowth, this brush, this wildfire creating stuff called wood and dead trees anyway, I'm very in favor of that. I'm also in favor of the fact that it would afford us programs at some point for the elderly and the people that are minimal income people, and it will give us programs for that. My major concern is financial and the PCIA component. If the PCIA component keeps going up, and I think that if there were both counties fighting that, that would give us more hope against the PCIA problem as well. So it's, you know, on one hand, if we don't go with El Dorado County, we might not have that clout for the PCIA, and it's going to go up and make our rates go up. But if we have El Dorado County to help us fight that, that would be very, to me, significant. So for those reasons, I'm in favor. I'm cautiously optimistic. We have done all the groundwork. We've done all the hard work by starting Pioneer. I don't see why anybody wouldn't want to join our company because we have done a great job. That said, I wish we could have raised rates last year a little bit, just a little bit. And that would have helped us pay down debt. And that's important to me as well, paying down debt. So I won't be here, but if there's a 9-member board and everybody gets one vote, when the JPA agreement is updated, I'm hoping I'll be here still when that's updated so we can get rid of the weighted vote. 9 members, everybody gets one vote. That is my hope. And that's what I'm encouraging. That said, do any of my council members have any questions of me? Okay, I'm done then. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilwoman Mackey. Councilmember Spokley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. And Cheryl, I might have questions for you, so I reserve the right to ask you a question.
Okay.
You touched on governance, Cheryl, the weighted vote situation, because I was sitting in a meeting where it actually came to, you know, the weighted vote came to affect the outcome of the discussion, and that's very important to me also. And I guess the question I've got for you, Dawn, and thank you very much for the presentation, but the question I've got for you, granted that there's going to be amendments to the charter, if you will, for Pioneer, but right now, is El Dorado County thinking that they're a county they're going to have a weighted vote over Placerville, for example, or is it one vote like Cheryl mentioned? I mean, what are they thinking they're going to get?
Yeah, at this point, they haven't really talked about I think the initial discussion I had with El Dorado County was, would they get 2 seats at the table like Placer County? The answer is no. Placer County took on the debt, most of the resources from Placer County to start Pioneer, and there's no reason to have 2 seats from El Dorado County. So it's going to be one seat for each. That's been most of the discussion. Currently, the voting share percentage, we'll learn, it's based on the prior year's load for the territory. So I don't know that until I see the impact assessment study, what exactly the voting shares would look like. But that has not been a discussion item with El Dorado County or Placerville. But as Councilwoman Mackey brings up, I think it's a topic for Pioneers Board to discuss, that if at the time we want to consider expansion with the JPA, to also as a related topic, but maybe not necessarily the expansion topic, but also a related topic, is that if you're opening up the JPA, do we also then want to discuss eliminating voting shares? But that's, I think, more a Pioneer Board's decision as opposed to El Dorado.
Okay, thank you. Now, at the beginning of your presentation, Don, you mentioned that why Pioneer Energy might be attractive to others to join is because of the challenges that are in front of any community that wants to start up their own program. we still have debt that we owe back to Placer County. I think it's in the neighborhood of $4 million. And nope, Cheryl's shaking her head no. Okay, Cheryl, how much do we owe
It's
Placer?
actually about 10 and a half.
10 million. Yeah.
Way off. Sorry about that. So by expanding, the county comes in, do they help buy down some of that startup debt that Pioneer Energy hasn't incurred?
So it would be, if they're coming in, they're adding to the bottom line, to our margins to be, I think then it becomes our decision to use those incremental dollars to be able to pay down that debt sooner. It's a discussion with the Pioneer board, but that's how I look at El Dorado and Placerville being able to pay off that debt sooner, is that if they're adding to our bottom line.
Right.
Okay. You mentioned in your presentation, Don, that we have not yet met our reserve targets. And I remember in some of the meetings that I sat in as the alternate to Cheryl on the board, that there was a lot of conversation about that. There was a lot of consternation among the board members about raising rates so we could pay down the monies that were still owed to Placer County, so we could start building our reserves and start becoming a little more financially solid, in my words, my opinion. Is now the right time for this expansion if we're not quite where we, I think, would like to be as far as having our reserves balance met? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but based on that fact that we're not really where the industry thinks we should be, or the industry likes us to be with respect to reserves, aren't we paying a premium on all of the purchases that we make because we're not quite, to those targets?
So we don't have, I think as we get to those targets, and that would hopefully then lead to a credit rating, where I think the expansion makes sense to do it now, even as opposed to if you're at your target or well above, is we're facing a lot of risk. And I'm looking, when you saw that reserve slide, I was assuming that the rates stay the same, but we're seeing an uptick in power supply costs. And I think that really is my primary motive to consider the expansion now, as opposed to waiting to be at our reserves target, which may occur 5, 6, 7 years from now. And it may not occur at all if we have some of those risks that go off the charts. So that's really the driver for me, is that we're not at our reserves target. And this expansion, if it makes sense financially, will hopefully get us those targets sooner. And then to your point, we're achieve a credit rating, hopefully in the next 1 to 2 years. And that certainly is going to help us with better power supply prices. So it's not just more volume, but also being financially healthier that's going to attract better power supply prices. And then also just to close.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, sorry. I just wanted to add to your comment there. So Councilman Spokley, I was actually, previously to this job, I was with Pacific Energy Advisors, who was one of the consultants with Pioneer, and I was working closely with Janine, who was the executive director before, as you know, on coming up with that reserve policy, and in terms of the 120, coming up with the 120 days reserves, and that was, so the 120 days target is almost like, it's almost like the gold standard, right? So that's like the bar with which the credit rating agencies, specifically Moody's, it kind of looks at to say, okay, well, if a company has 120 days worth of cash on hand, that's pretty darn good, right? To basically get an investment grade credit rating, we feel comfortable to give them something like that. So that was kind of how we came up with 120 days. So if you look at it in terms of that's the goal to get to. So it's a pretty high bar. At the same time, as Don mentioned, we'd like to try to get there as quickly as possible. And one of the ways to do it is, how do we add to our bottom line, our margins and bottom line further, faster? And that's why the expansion is one of the ways to get there. And as Councilwoman Mackey astutely pointed out, I mean, if this impact assessment's positive, it's basically just going to add to the bottom line and our margins higher to be able to get to our reserve targets quicker. So I
Thank
just
you, Sam.
wanted to add on that.
And I also want to just close the loop on the comment regarding the 10.5 million of debt. You know, it's because of that debt that I want to make sure, and I've talked to Councilwoman Mackey about this prior session, but it's because of that I want to make sure that the board is completely comfortable with the assumptions in the impact assessment study as we move forward. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we just don't do this right now.
Thank you for that, both of you. And I'll say what I think I mentioned at the Pioneer board meeting that I attended, where we were talking about potentially raising rates. I would think it should be one of the highest goals for Pioneer is to pay back the debt that the agency currently has, and build the reserves so that we're viewed upon in the open market as a lower risk than others who have debt, don't have reserves, all of that stuff. It's a little bit crazy to think that we're out there in the open market, you know, and it's akin to the stock market floor where we're competing against the guys next to us. And I guess what I'm hearing is from the two of you is that by the expansion, we're actually putting ourselves in a more sound financial position because of the additional connections that we're talking about. We're obviously also talking about increasing our purchasing requirements to serve those connections. So I guess the impact assessment is going to help us better understand where that balance is and if we're getting close to a tipping point or not. So I am anxious to see that as well. I'll wrap up. I'm sorry, I've been going a little long here. We heard from Cheryl what her position currently was on the expansion. Can one of you enlighten me or enlighten us on where the rest of the board currently stands? Is the rest of the board in favor of this expansion? Has it been voted on by the rest of the board?
So we brought this topic up as an overview at the September Pioneer Board meeting, and the direction of the board was positive and to continue to consider this. But everything so far has been positive from Pioneer's board, except the critical point is coming up in a few weeks on November 6th, which is the impact assessment study. But so far, no one from the board has opposed it.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So clearly that's going to be a very important report, highly anticipated by the board. The last thing that we've all experienced this summer has been the rolling brownouts due to lack of energy supplies. How is Pioneer Energy planning on dealing with that? We all get on this council calls from folks who are not happy when they're being told that, you know, their power is going to be shut off for short periods of time. It's different than the PSPS, obviously, as we know, but it's still highly annoying to our constituents. So is there anything that Pioneer Energy can do to ensure that these rolling brownouts can we focus our purchasing power in areas that aren't as sensitive to smoke and lack of wind or whatever it might be, the renewables? Is there something that we can do for our ratepayers in Pioneer that helps protect them? Or is this a situation from PG&E and their distribution side of things that, again, it's different than the PSPS. I understand that, but what might Pioneer be able to do to help our constituents so that when the rest of the country, rest of the state, pardon me, is is rolling brownouts because of energy production. We're able to keep the power on for our constituents.
And I'm going to start off the answering that question, but I also want to invite Sam with his PG&E background as well and power procurement strengths to also answer that. But as Councilwoman Mackey brought up biomass, and I brought it up in the presentation, having the ability to expand on biomass is one of the tools in the toolbox to address that issue. And biomass in its definition is a baseload type of unit. It's not dependent on the wind. It's not dependent on solar. It's similar to like geothermal, which is a 24/7 runs the entire day. And that would be an example if we expand that energy source to have more of those renewables online that are more 24/7 baseload, as opposed to that worrying that when the sun goes down and demand is high, that we're going to experience those rolling blackouts. With that, starting off that answering that question, I'd like to invite Sam for his views as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Don, and thank you, Councilman Spoke, for that question. So I'd like to just start by saying that the distinguished between the rolling brownouts and the PSPS events. So the rolling brownouts are basically something that is controlled by the California Independent System Operator, right? So they're the ones, they're like, if you think about it, they're like the air traffic controller for electricity of the grid. And what happens, they try to match supply and demand. And what happened for that first blackout that happened since the last 20 years was basically there was obviously more demand than supply, and that was caused by some of the fossil plants that were out of commission, and some of the renewable energy projects, the wind projects, that basically didn't deliver as planned, as forecasted. So there are different things happening on the regulatory side on that through the California Public Utilities Commission, through the integrated resource planning. So they're asking for load serving entities like us to basically add to incremental capacity. There's an incremental resource adequacy ruling that was out there for IRP, and Pioneer decided to procure our own 18.2 megawatts of additional incremental capacity. That's capacity to be available as needed. So apparently we just need to up that more, right? There's a lot of, say, fossil generation that's being retired once through cooling units, so more fossil fired again, and they're extending the lifetime for that because in their rush to become more green, it's been difficult to do that. So on a regulatory side, we're working together with the commission and other CCA members to try to see what we can do to manage grid reliability. So that's on the brownouts, right? So that's managed by the Cal ISO. Regarding PSPS events, it's something else that Pioneer is working with through different things. On the regulatory side, we're working on different proceedings, including the microgrids, to try to see how we can basically get more influence and more participation in terms of backup generation, in terms of what our own substations, say in Placer County. So as Don mentioned very early on, we're working with other developers to basically make sure that we can get a shot at putting backup generation on our own substations. And it could be through biomass, right? It could be biomass, it could be solar plus storage, it could be numerous sources, but biomass is our focus to try to do that and try to create local jobs. So those are the main avenues. So on the regulatory side and then on the procurement side. So buying more energy closer to us isn't necessarily going to solve the problem unless we basically buy specific power sources that are directly connected to our substations, for instance, for our own local area. I hope that answers your question.
You're muted, Matt.
Yeah, Matt, you are muted. There you go.
Sam, thank you very much. It did answer my question. I think there's still a lot of unanswered components out there related to this problem that we experienced this summer. But thank you very much, Sam. Don, thank you also. I appreciate the presentation.
We're always available offline if you ever want to follow up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Amara.
Yes, thank you, Don, for your presentation and answering all the questions. I appreciate it. And a lot of my questions were answered, but I want to focus on the assessment study. First of all, when will that be back? Do you have an idea?
Yes, well, we're going to be presenting that at a special meeting at Pioneers Board on November 6th.
Oh, okay. And who is doing the assessment study?
So we utilized, it's called Pacific Energy Advisors. They're a consultant that have done impact assessment studies with other CCAs as well. So they do have experience with it. They're also a consultant of Pioneer and have years of experience in developing those types of studies.
Okay. And how much is this study?
It's $30,000.
And I might have missed something. Are the assumptions, I didn't see them in our backup. What are the assumptions that you'll be using for the for the assessment study?
So that's being developed by Pacific Energy Advisors. That's going to be revealed. Actually, Sam and I are going to meet with them about a week before November 6th to go through the study, understand those assumptions, put together the presentation, and then we will go through those assumptions of what they're using for power supply prices, for the power charge and difference adjustment, as well as rates on November 6th. And we'll be going through that in much detail with the board.
Okay. And then when do you think the completed study will be presented?
Oh, November 6th is when it's being presented.
Oh, it'll be finished by then?
They started it. So essentially, that's why we're talking to you now, and we're meeting with all our member agencies in October, because they actually started the work in late September, and they're working on it as we speak. And again, we're under a compressed schedule to be able to meet the filing deadline at the end of this year. So November 6th is the date.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I'll wait until we get the study back. So thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate this presentation and the very valuable information. I don't really have a lot of questions. Councilmember Spokley asked the majority of them, and then also hearing from Councilmember Mackey. I appreciate that as well, given her position on the board. I did want to know if we could get a copy of that study as when it's presented to the Board of Supervisors as well, if that's something you can share with the City Council at the same time. I'll try to tune into that as well, that meeting, because it will, I'm sure, be very chock full of very valuable information. Just very top level, 25,000 feet. I think that there is certainly some advantages to this, and I'm glad that we are at least moving forward in the assessment phase. I'm very hopeful that the assessment will show us that this is fiscally feasible. I do agree that there's power in numbers, so to speak. I mean, literally here, and that it would be beneficial. I mean, it really, having another entity help us with regards to the CPUC and so forth, and our other efforts is definitely an advantage. So I'm really crossing my fingers that the assessment comes back positive, because that's key, and that we are able to move forward with this, because I think that there's great promise in it. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. I guess my last question that I haven't heard an answer, but it was mentioned, and I know it was in the presentation, but could you explain what PCIA is and why there's the potential for something to go up?
Yes, so PCIA is the power charge and difference adjustment, and essentially is an exit fee. And I don't want to spend too much time on it tonight, but happy to go over with you offline. But essentially, when Pioneers started and 93,000 customers moved over to Pioneer, there was energy that was procured years before by PG&E, and to not then stick the customers who are with PG&E with those costs, that's the idea behind those exit fees. It's extremely volatile because it's essentially, the calculations are done in a black box, if you will. It's very hard to understand how that rate is being derived. It's a subject of much contention with Cal CCA and every CCA, and there's volatility coming up in the next couple of years. One of the reasons would be it's a balancing account, if you will, and with the downturn in the economy, it's also measured against current prices of the California ISO. And so a lot of these contracts are out of the money, if you will, combined with the lower usage to be able to recover those costs, which means it's severely under collected. So there could be some volatility over the next year or two in getting that balancing account in balance, if you will. But I'm hopeful in 2023 and beyond, as some of those contracts that were purchased, 5-10 years ago by PG&E start to expire. And then along with Diablo Canyon, the large nuclear facility that comes offline in 2024 and 25, when you start taking those costs out of the equation, I'm hopeful that rate is going to start coming down over the next couple of years. But it's a topic unto itself. I would enjoy having a coffee with you sometime and talk PCIA.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you for that, and appreciate the presentation. I don't have any further questions, so I will go ahead and just see if there was any public comment on this item.
There's not.
Okay, this was informational, so thank you very much for your presentation tonight, answering our questions. We'll look forward to hearing the results in November of the study, and then obviously it'll come back to us for potential action after that. So, gentlemen, good evening. Appreciate your time.
Thank you,
Thank
John
you.
and Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Head and move to our next presentation. This is our presentation by Recology of Auburn Placer. So I think we have Tish Gill and John Rowe as well joining us. Tish, I'll start with you.
Mayor Berlant, why don't I kick off and I'll turn it over to Tisha. This is kind of a joint presentation tonight. It's kind of hard to follow the last one. We'll try and be a little bit shorter and to the point on this. So the waste industry is probably one of the most dynamic as you hear about power industry. Waste industry, like power, is practically a utility that affects practically every single residence, business, and industrial property in town. Waste is one of the most regulated industries in the state, and it's one of the ones that's probably the most subject to change from the legislature literally on an annual basis. If you put it in perspective, residential, commercial, industrial all fall into this. Construction waste, organic waste, green waste, household hazardous waste, oil, tires, white goods is a very complete industry. And most people don't really know where it goes. They think, okay, I roll my container out onto the curb, it gets picked up, and it just magically goes away. But the reality is that both the legislature and the various economics out there affect it absolutely every day. One of the things I've asked Tisha and Stephanie to come and maybe do is give you an idea about all of this, because it's something that it's evolving, it's going to continue to evolve, and it's something that is going to be coming to a city council meeting near you over the course of the next couple of years. So Tisha, why don't I turn it over to you, and we'll quickly move through all this stuff.
Great. Thank you, John. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for giving us the time to go over really the state of solid waste and recycling. Let me see if I can get that presentation started. And are you seeing it?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So the purpose of the presentation is to give you an operational overview, what the operation looks like, some of the services that we provide, the current state of recycling, California regulations that would affect our communities, components of the rate, and we'll speak briefly about the Auburn closed landfill that is located at our hauling site and owned by the city. So operational overview, our hauling site is located in Auburn. It's on Shell Ridge. It does contain 82 employees, and that consists of our drivers. We have our maintenance crew. We have the customer service there as well, and management. Customer service call center reps is about 7 to 8 CSRs that are taking those calls. We do have a transfer station located at this facility. Customers can come in and use that for self-haul. We also utilize it for some of our material before we take it to our end destination, which is the MRF. We also have the Auburn closed landfill is located at this property as well. Service locations that this hauling site services is Colfax, Loomis, Placer County, Rockland, and Auburn. And for our post collections, again, we have the transfer station that we utilize, but we then transfer our material over to the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. And again, the customers can self-haul their material to the Auburn transfer station as well. The Western Placer Waste Management Authority is where we end up taking all of our property that is owned by Placer County. It is managed by Nortec. And the material is processed there and then sent to its end market for recycling. The items that are not recycled will be landfilled at that facility, and they also compost material at that site as well. So all of those materials will be transferred over to that location and again, either sent off to its end market, landfill, or composted. I thought I'd just mention the current state, obviously, as it pertains to COVID-19. Obviously, we have still continued to service as normal. Garbage does not go away. So we've got a great team of guys that have been out there servicing the customers and doing a great job and continuing to service the customers and come to work. We have sent some of our CSRs to work remotely at home. So as soon as this hit in March, we did set our customer service teams up to work out of the office so that we did not have as many folks in the office to try to prevent any spreading. All right, so some of the services, and obviously you see this as well for residential. We do have a 2-cart system, and what that really means is that your mixed recycle and trash go into 1 cart. It's sent to the Western Placer MRF, as I explained before, and that is where the material is processed. So they pull out all of the recyclables and send them to their end market there. You don't recycle at your home location. You just put them into 1 bin, and the MRF takes care of the rest. You also have another bin for your green waste. And I'll speak later about it, but in 2022, that green waste will also be able to include food waste. Commercial bins, also 1 bin, mixed recycling with MSW for commercial customers. And we also have food waste that we service for our commercial customers. It's important to, I think, note, a lot of people ask, what about green waste? We do provide it if needed, but it's just really rare that you see commercial customers with a green waste, unless they order a roll-off, which is a debris box bin. Most of those commercial customers have landscapers that will service those customers. So we're usually just seeing a lot of the MSW and recycling in that 1 bin, and the food waste in a separate bin. We service our businesses. We have multifamily that we service, in addition to schools. So that's what would be encompassed in your commercials. Industrial is usually roll-off. You'll see a lot of customers order roll-off bins, and that's for construction sites. C&D material when they're building, having construction built, and or, as I mentioned before, customers will order them for green waste and home improvement projects. So residents can order roll-off bins as well. Other services that we provide to Auburn are community cleanup events, free cardboard and paper drop off. Those are located, we have some of those located at our at our transfer station. Monthly universal waste pickup, battery collection, HHW drop off, Sharps drop off, which is basically those customers that utilize it for medical purposes, used oil pickup, paint. That should not go into your bins. These are all items that you would not want to see in your bin. Tires, electronic waste. We assist with homeless cleanup service with the city. And we conduct outreach to customers and make sure that we educate customers on current programs and or laws that are out there. And we work with the city with regards to CalRecycle. CalRecycle works with all jurisdictions on meeting requirements, and we always assist those cities in making sure that they're meeting those requirements as well. So recycling versus marketable. I thought that it was important to kind of touch on this. I guess the question would be, what is recyclable? And the easy answer is that almost really everything is recyclable. It's just a question of whether or not it's marketable. There's a lot of things that could be recyclable, but they just don't have a market for it. I think the one that really comes to mind is polystyrene or styrofoam. It could be a recyclable item, but there's really just there's not very many markets for that material. So it's always kind of a good example to lead into the difference between recycling and marketable. And I think it's also important to know that what has become recyclable has decreased in the past couple of years. That recycling market has changed quite a bit, especially in the last 3 years. And I'll get into those reasons why. So what makes an item marketable? Obviously, cost is a big deal. Is it worth the cost for recycling that item? And you'll see in bullet point number 4, raw material versus recycled material. I think markets have seen that it's a lot easier to utilize raw material and a lot cheaper to utilize raw material than recyclable material. So recyclable material hasn't been as enticing as it once was, and it costs a lot more to process. There's been a lot of contamination concerns. I've definitely seen this in the last 16 years, especially in the last 3 years. We've seen contamination regulations change where they're a lot stricter. It used to be where you could bale an item of plastics and send it off to its market, and 5% of that bale could contain contaminants, and now it's less than 0.5%. So what can be recycled and how contaminated it is has really changed, and so you're seeing a lot. I wouldn't say a lot less being recycled. It's just that the scrutiny on those items have changed a great deal, and where those items go, which I will get into in the next slide. So I know this is hard to read, but it kind of just gives an explanation to regards to plastic and the market that we've seen, the impact on the market. This is dating 2017 to 2019. You can see that China was accepting a lot of the plastics back in 2017, and that's dropped drastically in 2019. We're seeing a lot of other countries accept this material, but finding homes for it has changed a great deal in the last 3 years, probably 3 to 5 years. So less and less is going to China. And again, as I mentioned before, more raw material is being used rather than the recycled material. Another kind of example of recycling and what we're seeing in the market. Recycling, obviously, as I explained before, requires an end market. So we can talk about recycling, but if it doesn't have a home at the end of the day, it's not going to be recycled. And so finding those markets and a place for that material to land is key. buyers use commodity as raw materials to manufacture new products. I mentioned that earlier. Basically, they're using raw material more than they're using that recyclable material. So you're seeing less and less of that recycled material as a desirable material.
Yeah, Tisha, let me add in just something really quick. You have to be really kind, and I'm not going to be as kind on the topic. The reality is, on the previous slide, those were bales of trash. Those bales of that plastic are going nowhere. The same thing for bales of mixed plastic, magazines. Trish is right. Conceivably, everything can be recycled, but there really aren't markets for these. And as a matter of fact, even here in California, the state legislature and folks are throwing up flags. When you saw where the commodities market of where those things were going, Indonesia, Thailand, all those places, the reality is that they were basically offloads for a lot of these products, but they were just incinerating them, or either they incinerated them or they just landfilled them, and they were causing pollution. If you look at throughout the world, you will hear about the islands of plastic that are floating around the ocean, and a lot of that comes from all of this stuff. So there's a cold hard reality. It's either raw materials or extremely clean recyclables that are going places. And this is going to play a very important role. During COVID, so much, during the early months of COVID, they stopped recycling. The reality is that practically everything was going into the landfill. And the list of items that are actually approved for recycling, yeah, there's 25 or 28 items or categories that can be recycled. But the reality is that you're going to see that list shift down to only maybe 4 or 5 items that really can be recycled. The rest is going to have to hit the landfill. Yeah, go ahead, Tisha.
No, thank you. So yeah, and I mentioned it earlier, for the last 30 years, commodity sales has subsidized the collection for rates. We're just not seeing a return on recycling anymore. I used to always hear the phrase recycling is free. And that was really because of that, right? Companies, we got money back for the recycling commodity, and you're just not seeing that anymore. And so recycling isn't free necessarily, and we're not getting the money back that we used to help compensate for the cost that it would to process that material. It's become much more expensive. And for the MRF, again, we don't manage the MRF that this material goes to, but I can tell you that MRFs have had to slow their lines down in order to capture clean product and ensure that they're not getting contaminants in their loads, because of those strict regulations that have changed over the last couple of years, which costs a lot of money for these MRFs to manage that. Impact on price. This kind of just gives you some idea of what we've seen in terms of mixed paper and the return that we would receive on that commodity. And back in 2016, it was, in the 90s, it went to 105. And in 2019, it dropped all the way down to $2. So you're not getting a return on the mixed paper that we once saw before by a lot. It has gone up a slight bit. I know this slide ends in 2019, but it's not up much by the $2 indicated there, and definitely nowhere near the $100 that we used to get many years ago. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the regulations that impact solid waste. The first one shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. That's AB 939. And that went into place in 1989. And basically the idea of that law was CalRecycle. These are CalRecycle laws that they implemented on jurisdictions to ensure that they were trying to get 25% of the material out of the landfill. So that was back in by 1995, and 50% of the material out of the landfill by 2020. AB 341 is another law that came out in 2012, and this is the commercial commingled recycling law. So this pertains to commercial businesses, and it basically states that if you produce 4 yards or more of trash, that you must recycle your commingled recycling. So if a Bank of America has 4 or more yards of trash, they are then required to have a recycling service of some sort, so that they're ensuring that recyclable material is pulled out of that trash and recycled properly. That is AB 341. They mirrored that law and created AB 1826. It is very similar to the commingled recycling law, except that it pertains to organics. You're going to see this with your Carl's Jr.'s, your Burger King, so your restaurant commercial businesses. They're required to recycle if they produce 4 cubic yards or more of trash. They are required to have a organics recycling service. At the beginning of this year, 2020, it needs to be implemented by the end of this year. They did lower that to 2 cubic yards or more. Just so you are aware, Recology does service commercial organics for the Auburn commercial customers. So they do have this service, and we work with the city to make sure that they are in compliance and aware of the law and update them with any education. SB 1383 is another organics law, but this pertains to residents. So this law is in effect in 2022. Jurisdictions are to be working with their hauler right now and in 2021 to prepare for this. It will require obviously monies, because we will need to get more trucks and containers for customers. But the idea for this law is basically like the commercial one, although it's for residents, and it just basically states that we now need to recycle the organics for commercial or for resident customers. So I mentioned before, residents have the mixed bin for trash and recycle. That goes into one bin. Your second bin is your green waste bin. The idea of this would be that we would put the food waste into that green waste cart. So you would simply just add food waste to that cart in 2022. Commercial organic bins. This is a new law that came out this year, and basically it just goes in line with basically AB 341 and 1826, and it requires businesses to have signage and the ability to recycle these materials so that customers know when they're self-serving themselves at a restaurant, say Carl's Jr., that when they do finish their food, they know where to put the proper material. They put the organics into an organic bin and recycling into the recycling and trash bin. So it's an educational law that went into place this year. It's kind of a timeline of the SB 1383. So SB 1383 was that residential organics law that I was speaking to. This gives you a timeline of their expectations, CalRecycle's expectations of jurisdictions. So again, in 2020, they're expecting to see 50%, and this is as a state. I love the cat, sorry. This is for the state. They want 50% reduction landfill for organic waste. The regulations are going to be adopted in this year, and they will take effect in 2022. As well as the ordinances being adopted for jurisdictions, and education and outreach program will be sent out to customers in 2022. 2024, jurisdictions must enforce generators. So they're basically wanting something in place so that these generators do follow these laws and or perhaps get a charge if not following those processes. 2025, they're looking at a 75% reduction in landfilled organic waste, and 20% of edible food recovery. So they want to see that basically 20% of our food is not being landfilled and it's being composted instead. There are exceptions. Rural areas with a smaller residencies can file for exemptions, and those will expire in 2025. 2036, this one has been changed with the regulations. They gave more time for jurisdictions basically to meet a color scheme for California. They want everybody's bins to be the same color throughout the state. We're already in compliance, so we're fine. But we have until 2036 to make that happen. Huge cost though, switching out carts for customers. So we're in a good spot that we don't have to do that. All right. Basically, this is just what the residents would look like in our area. We don't want to impose a 4-cart system. We would love to have just 2 carts for our residents, maintain what we have currently, which is basically the 1 bin for trash and recyclables. They go to the MRF and process the recyclables there. And then your 1 bin for your green waste, which would include both the green waste and the food waste. Studies have shown that food waste or the organic bins usually only contain about 5% food waste of those customers that are actually utilizing that service, and other areas that do have that residential service currently. So a majority of it would really be your green waste material. So I thought it would be good to just kind of outline what's involved in customers' rates. And there's a number of things. Obviously, the labor is a big part of it. Disposal costs is basically your tipping fee. So when we pick up this material and send it to the MRF, we are charged a disposal fee for that. So we utilize the Western Placer, as I indicated before. They charge us a tipping fee for that material, and that fee is involved in the customer's rates. I think it's also important to note that when we see rate increases, those increases include a disposal fee portion, which is the tipping fee. So what happens in July is the MRF will have an increase at their MRF of X%. And obviously the rate increase that we discuss usually at council, a part of that is a disposal piece. So we don't really ever see that piece of it. It just really goes back to the tipping fee. The other part of it is the cost of living or the service fee. Trucks, there are new regulations coming out for haulers. They are required to change trucks out that aren't meeting certain CARB requirements. So we have a 5-year plan for all of our sites to basically switch out any of those trucks that don't fit that requirement. And we are year 2 right now. Equipment, containers, all of the items that it takes necessary to complete the job for those for the drivers. We've got the trucks and the containers out there. Fuel, billing, reporting. Obviously, we work on a lot of reporting for the cities to help with tonnage and reporting that's required for CalRecycle every year. Education, so we will attend any education event needed to. We work with the city if they've got schools, or we've visited Rotaries, different clubs. We're happy to attend to help with any education that's out there, in addition to flyers and or sending notices to customers. Different programs and services, obviously, that I mentioned before, and really just a lifetime care of the material. Once we pick that material up and send it off, we're basically paying to dispose of it and or find its end destination, whether it be recycling, composting, or landfill. Another component of that, obviously, too, is to maintain the cost of the Auburn closed landfill that we have located at the hauling site as well. The rate, it includes a portion of that as well. And customer service center and managing the customer service portion of the service. So I am going to pass this over to Stephanie. She works in our environmental department and helps manage all of the items as it pertains to the Auburn closed landfill.
Okay, Can you guys hear me and see me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay, it's hard to tell. I'm currently under a PSPS in Yuba County, and I've had to participate in this meeting with my cell phone. So I have no idea what I look like. It's hard to see the screen, so bear with me. So the Auburn closed landfill is owned by the city, and it's managed and maintained by Recology Auburn Placer, which includes managing the permits, the environmental monitoring and reporting, and the landfill maintenance. The cost associated with the closed landfill is funded by a rate mechanism that's outlined in our contract. And recently in 2018, the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board issued an updated permit, also called waste discharge requirements. Next slide, please. The updated permit requirements included, or updated permit required several new items to be investigated. First of all, they required 4 new groundwater monitoring wells to be installed. That was completed last year. It required us to investigate and improve the landfill cover for Title 27 performance standards. And that basically was an investigation that looked at the different soil layers, the vegetative layer, the low permeability layer or clay layer, and the foundation layer, to determine if it met standards for prohibiting surface water from infiltrating into the landfill. Once surface water infiltrates into the landfill, it then contacts the waste and can carry contaminants into groundwater. The next thing was to determine the base of waste and minimum groundwater separation. Prescriptive standards in Title 27 require 5 foot of separation from the base of waste and the groundwater table. The permit doesn't require us to meet prescriptive standards. It requires us to meet performance standards. So we have to maintain groundwater separation. That is an investigation that we are just now completing, and the report for that investigation is due on November 6th. The other thing that the permit required was financial assurances for the first time. And financial assurances, there's several different mechanisms that can be used to meet financial assurances. Basically, there has to be a fund that provides for the maintenance and the monitoring of the landfill, and also potential corrective actions. And one of the mechanisms that is available to jurisdictions is a pledge of revenue. And lastly, the permit required several new plans to be updated: our sampling plan, our water quality protective standard, and the site conceptual model, to name a few of them. And we are currently working on the site conceptual model that's due November 6th. Most of the other plans have been completed and approved. And then in the next slide, that is just an overall picture. It shows the landfill, the monitoring system, the groundwater monitoring wells, the landfill gas probes that we use to monitor for the potential of methane gas that could migrate. And that is a high-level summary of the landfill and the new permit requirements. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the landfill.
Great, thank you. I'll look to the City Council, see if there's any questions related to the landfill. Councilmember Mackey, you're the last one I could see on my little title bar here. My apologies, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Daniel. Yes, hi, Stephanie. I have a question about the components of the bill. Are our landfill costs a component of the bill that we pay every month?
They are, and Tisha is better, more knowledgeable to speak to that.
Okay, well, I'll ask Tisha that, but I have a couple of questions of you.
Okay.
Did you know of all of these WDR requirements before the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Board approved the permit back in 2018?
We did. We did, and they're pretty standard requirements, and we had them all vetted with attorneys. And what we didn't know, what we knew back then is we thought we had a compliant cover, but then we didn't know how things would end up with the investigations. We also knew that we had impacts to groundwater, and there was a lot of concerns that groundwater could be in contact with waste, especially down in the southwestern corner where the sump is on that. And you could look on that map.
Okay. Okay. My final question is, when the board issued the permit, it kind of seems like the cart after the horse is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They issued the permit based on the fact that we would take these corrective actions, which usually with an NPDES permit is just the opposite. You don't get your permit unless you've taken corrective action. So I'm very curious as to how we got a brand new permit after God knows how many years. And then we had all of these corrective actions to take.
Yes. Right. It's not a new permit. It's an existing permit that they update periodically, usually every 10 to 15 years, they update the permit. They look at how the landfill has been performing, and then they are trying to get what they're trying to achieve is background level. And that's very, very difficult to meet, is those background groundwater levels. And
okay, well, I'll leave it there because that'll be between you guys, John, and the consultants and the regional board. So yeah. I was just curious about that. And I do have a question of Tisha. So Tisha, on our bill, there's no components broken out in our bill, like on our PG&E bill or our tax bills or anything like that. On our bill from Recology, we just get, you know, this month it's this much and that's what it's for. So how much of that rate that we pay every month is the landfill cost approximately?
Yeah, so we used to collect, well, basically we collect 14.71%. 10% of that is the franchise fee, so that goes to the city. 4.71% of that was collected for the closed landfill maintenance, so that's the fund we have. And then last year, if you recall, we came to you guys for an additional 1.59%. So it's now a total of 6.3%. That is what is utilized for the funding of the closed landfill.
But that's not enough.
No. Not for the ongoing costs.
Right.
Yeah, that collects about, the 4.71 collects about 160,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. And now it's 6.3.
Yeah, so it's about 200.
Right.
And
okay.
The 1.59 is for costs that we've already paid for. So it's really just paying those back. But the additional cost is probably what you're alluding to. Mm-hmm.
Right. So how many customers do you have in Placer County?
All together in Placer County?
Mm-hmm.
59,000.
59,000. And how many of those are residential and how many are commercial?
Well, so I guess I should clarify. So we've got 59,000 total that we service at the hauling site. That includes the Rockland, Colfax, all of those. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just for the Auburn customers is the only customers that are charged this particular fee. The
landfill fee, correct, the extra, yes. Yeah. And how many customers is that?
About 4,200.
Why only 4,200? Yeah. Isn't everybody supposed to have have a bill with you? Isn't everybody supposed to have their trash can dumped?
Yeah, that's about the number. Should we have more?
Well, 4,200 when we have a almost 14,000 population doesn't seem like enough.
Oh,
Unless
then
there's a lot of people living in one house.
yeah, then I probably have that number wrong.
Okay,
It would, all the customers would be charged it in Auburn.
right. Every customer gets charged for.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from the council? I can only see Councilmember Dowden Calvillo anyway, so go ahead. And I'll switch to the other two here next.
Yes, I have a couple of different questions, but with regards to the landfill, with the new requirements on the permit, the financial assurances, that's a new requirement. When did that go into effect? And we don't have financial assurances, do we?
That's a new requirement, and it typically is required of landfills that are closed after 91. However, the water board, and that's required through Cal Recycle. However, the water board, if there are impacts to groundwater, they can require financial assurances be maintained for the beneficiary of the water board.
So
And that,
they've
Go ahead.
required financial assurances of us. And what is that amount? And what is, are there, for financial assurances, do they have specified forms? I know with surface mining activities, they have a whole laundry list of financial assurance ways that you can demonstrate your financial assurance.
that's correct. You can do various ways. You can have a trust fund, you can have bonds, and for government entities, you can have a pledge of revenue. And the amounts of that is the cost for post-closure maintenance and monitoring for a year. And the benefit of using a pledge of revenue is you only have to fund for 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is currently, I believe, 200,000, 190,000. And then it also requires financial assurances for corrective action. And that is a plan that's put together by the engineer that looks at, okay, we have impacts to groundwater. What are the costs for remediation for those impacts? And that is being determined.
So do we have our financial assurances now?
We don't. And we were required to implement that by June 1st. We spoke to the water board. There was a lot going on with city council at that time, at late May, with COVID, with staff turning over with the city. So we did speak to the water board about that. They're working with us on implementing it and have required a plan forward that's due November 30th, and then implementation of the financial assurances by March of 2021.
And it's something I can tell the councils that we're working with Recology, and we're going to have a meeting with the board.
Okay. And I'm sure that we'll get I know that, John, you've been briefing us about the closed landfill issue, and that's probably for another meeting too. I know there are several action items and so forth, so I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on that. Thank you for the presentation. I did have some questions too. We used to have the blue bag program. I understand that the MRF, that they go through, I used to sit on the JPA for the Waste Management Authority during my initial tenure. And I also worked at the California Integrated Waste Management Board before it became Cal Recycle. And I spent time too at Department of Conservation. So I'm pretty knowledgeable on the waste stuff, but we used to have a blue bag program in Auburn. Do we still have that? Or is that, we're just encouraging? I know One Big Ben, but it sure makes it easier when they can just pull the blue bags off and for recycling purposes.
Yeah, no, we still do offer that too in the community as well.
But is that now something that's only offered at request? Because it used to be where we just got blue bags delivered on every quarter.
Yeah, it would be per request.
So it's only on request now.
Yeah, and we do have them at the site too, the hauling site. We have extra bags there as well.
And then I know that there's no longer recycling at the transfer station. There was I think we used to have a buyback program there, and that has been closed. Is it because of the market? I mean, folks want to recycle. I understand it's market driven. I totally get it. It makes it very difficult. But we have one buyback center in the city of Auburn, and I've spoken with the city manager about that and trying to provide them with some assistance, and that's for another meeting. But can you kind of talk about why you stopped?
Yeah, no, I mean, it has a lot to do with the market. And COVID-19 hit. That was one of the locations. I mean, the buyback was one of those items that we did shut down during COVID because we didn't want to, have customers coming in and risk any spreading and having to sort through the bottles. And so all of our buybacks within all sorts of areas did go on a temporary suspension. And we did make the decision to formally close it altogether during that COVID time. We felt like that was the appropriate time.
But will that come back then after COVID? Or are you saying that's it? So there's.
Yeah, we closed it down indefinitely.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to hear that. I recognize the impact with regards to COVID. I get that piece of it, but there's such a need for it in our community, and not just for the city proper, but for North Auburn as well. And like I said, we just have the one, private buyback, and there really are very few buyback centers even in the state of California. So when we lose one, it's an impact to our community and those that want to recycle and get their CRV back. And I know that it's an issue that's on a larger level. I mean, we have grocery store issues too. But I would like to see Recology revisit that issue once we're out of COVID completely. I would hope that maybe we can maybe have another discussion about that again after COVID, because it's really impacted the community, and see if there's some kind of win-win solution that we can have there. With regards to the SB 1383, the residential organics recycling law, I appreciate Recology's wanting to utilize the green waste bins for the purposes of the organics. I think that's a great idea. But I wonder, not all residents have the green waste bins, and there's an additional cost for those green waste bins. Right now, they're optional, so you don't have to have them. So what will you do then for residents that don't have them? I mean, because there's a whole nother cost, and obviously cost for you and cost for customers. So what have you thought about with regard to those customers that don't have green waste bins, and what is really the percentage of Auburn residents that don't have them? Do you know?
So yeah, offhand, I don't know the percentage that do not have them. We did investigate it, and we did work with Bob before he left, Richardson before he left. We did discuss this with him. And we presented a plan, and it would include, yes, definitely a rate increase to purchase these items. But it was very minimal. I think it was about 1.2% to be able to provide 1383 services throughout the community of Auburn. But again, we haven't been able to continue that discussion. Obviously, John's aboard now, so we'll pick up where we left off and get him caught up. But yeah, we definitely put a plan together. It would be inclusive of getting more cans or carts for those containers that don't have green waste, but pretty minimal for Auburn when we looked at what we needed.
And again, I appreciate that for folks that have the green waste bin, there's going to be an increase, 1.2% potential rate increase, but then there's a much larger increase for those customers that don't already have that green waste. And is would it be a mandate that everyone have a green waste bin? That's something I guess we would probably have to discuss at the city level. John, that, whether or not we're gonna,
So
I
it's-
have a lot of concerns. Again, I think that for those that have green waste bins, I think it's great. It's you can utilize that, but I'm just concerned about, what we do for those residents that don't already have that. And that could be a really big fiscal impact for them, because
Well,
it's a whole nother bin they have to pay for in addition to their rates going up. So I just throw that out there. Again, I don't know what the percentages of folks that don't have a green waste bin, but.
Yeah, so AB 31, AB 1826, SB 1383, AB 827, all of those have to do with organic recycling. And what does it mean? It means for a multifamily, are they going to have carts? Yep, they are. For the residential customers, they can just throw it into the green waste bin. And that seems to work. But these are very classic points of all of a sudden you're going to have all the restaurants. They're going to have to separate their food. They're going to have to separate all their organics. It's a brand new program. It's another cart. It's going to be another charge onto the bill for each one of them. So it's just the compounding. And those 4 pieces of legislation, they've introduced 4 different types of carts, 3 different types of services. So these are all things that are coming down the line for us. And one of the most important things, Tisha had a really nice slide that said, well, the jurisdictions are required for enforcing this, and the jurisdictions need to add this, and the jurisdictions need to add that. She's right. And the jurisdiction is the city of Auburn. And so as we look to fashion all these programs, that's really important. And as we do the green waste, one of the things about green waste is that, it used to just be green waste. Now there's all these different types of compostable products. Now we're going to be putting food waste into it. It's completely changed the whole cycle of all this, of how green waste is going. In the past, in the compost area, maybe the material was going to be there for somewhere between 30 and 60 days. Now it's out there for 120 days. That doubles the amount of area that you need. So, I bring this up because it's all relevant to all the things we're talking about, because it's changing the way that everything's going to go. And if you look at the time frames, 2 of them are really, 3 of them, 2020, their requirements, 2022, and 2025. And by 2025, we've got to take almost half of the organics out of the landfill. So
Yes, I just, like I said, the issue the questions I raised are with regard to those customers that don't already have a green waste and what the costs are going to be for them, because it seems to me that's going to be a big increase. It's not just a potential 1.2% increase. It's going to be much higher because they're having 2 bins versus just 1. So, obviously, I think it would be advantageous. I appreciate today's overview from Recology. Thank you so very much. But I think we're going to obviously need to have some more in-depth discussions on this, because there are, I would even encourage, Mr. Mayor, some town hall meetings on these issues, because these are requirements coming down from the state. So we don't really have a choice. So there's fiscal implications, and I don't want folks to be caught off guard. And I don't know if there are programs in place that the state has to help, folks that may be, financially challenged and trying to, cover the cost for their garbage. Is it going to cost more for garbage hauling than, people have to weigh things, right? I also don't want garbage to start ending up on the side of the road because people can't afford to pay or what have you, or, using other people's. There's a whole nother discussion. Anyway, that's my point, is that I hope that we can maybe have a town hall meeting, or, to further discuss this issue. And as we move forward in in the requirements that are coming down the pipeline from the state. Just checking to see if there were any other questions I had on the presentation. I think that is it for now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm gonna, before we get to Councilmember Spokley, turn it over to Amy to see about adding in John Rowe. So Amy, go ahead.
Yes, Tisha had requested I add John Rowe into the meeting, and I just wanted to touch base to see if he's attending on his phone. That's the only two attendees that are not named.
I'm trying to see what number he might be at. Do you have a 530 number showing?
I do, ending in 4650.
Yeah, that's probably him.
Hey, we'll go with the probably.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think that's in, but we'll give it a try.
Okay, with that, John, if that is you joining us, you can unmute yourself and join in as needed. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Councilmember Spokley for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've heard a lot about regulations from the state, and I certainly understand all of that. We've heard about the landfill. What we haven't spent too much time talking about is what that means to our citizens as far as cost for garbage service. I think we're near the end of our, I want to say it was a 4 or 5 year a rate increase schedule from Recology for our citizens. This might be for Tisha. Where are we with regards to our current agreed upon rate increases? And I get that this was just kind of an informational thing, but what anybody who's listening to this in our community is going to want to know is, what does that mean as far as their garbage rates? What's happening? What's going to happen? So do we have any sense of what costs are associated with these new regulations, for example?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, the regulations as it pertains to the organics, we did do a cost analysis for that. And like I stated, it was about 1.2%. And we can go over more detail into what that looks like. I have that information for John, so we can go over that. As it pertains to the closed landfill, there is still some investigation work that we are working on, and the costs are pretty high as it stands right now. We won't know what that number looks like, I think, until some of this investigation work is completed, but it's in the millions. The cost that it requires to maintain and update the landfill is not cheap. So
let's maybe stick with the tip fees, or whatever they're called, the garbage pickup fees. That you said 1.2%. What does that mean? So if I pay $100 for garbage, I'm going to pay $102.
Right. So the 1.2% was just surrounding getting the jurisdiction up to par as it pertains to 1383. That rolls out in 2022. But then there's the annual cost increase that you're probably speaking to. That CPI happens every July, and that changes based on the tipping fee increase. There's a couple different components that are involved in that. And that rate increase, again, the service component and the tipping fee. Usually you see those around 2.2% to 3% are usually what those increases look like annually. And those are every July.
So am I wrong? Didn't we as a council approve a kind of a 5-year rate increase plan with Recology for garbage service? And where are we with that? Is it a 4 or 5 year plan? And where are we in that cycle? Are we ready to renew this? And I mean, clearly it sounds like we got some new fees that are being regulated upon us that we've got to deal with. Where do we stand? Where does the city of Auburn stand with Recology as it relates to fees?
I'm actually not aware of any 4 to 5 year plan for fees. The contract just outlines a CPI mechanism, and that goes into place every July 1st of every year. So we're eligible for a CPI increase July 1st of every year. And maybe what you're speaking to is the end of the contract. Term ends in July of 2023.
Maybe I might be able to answer on that. So the council actually considered this back in 2017. So basically 3 years ago, there was a series of rate adjustments which were allowed. At the time, commercial rates were allowed to go up 2.49%. And then for a period from July 2017 through 18, there was a 4% cost of living that was allowed to go between July 1st, 2018 through 2019. So for the most part, we're in 2020. So we are just outside of basically those 4 years of rate increases that were allowed.
Okay, thank you, John. That's kind of what I was recalling. I just couldn't put my finger on. I was trying to find those old agendas. Tisha, you spoke a little bit about the costs associated with the high costs associated with the landfill and the landfill closure. I think I heard you mention that the actual costs still aren't known or haven't been identified. There's ongoing studies that are yet to be complete. But didn't I hear earlier in your presentation that there, or maybe it was Stephanie's presentation, that there were financial assurances that were due last June for costs that we don't even understand today? Am I hearing that correctly?
Right. I'll let Stephanie speak to that.
Yes, they were due last June, and we do have the cost for the post-closure maintenance. We are re-reviewing the costs for the corrective actions. And if you go with a pledge of revenue, you don't have to come up with hard money. You don't have to come up with dollars. You don't have to pay for a bond. You pledge, you basically identify a funding mechanism, and there is a funding mechanism there to cover post-closure maintenance costs, and that is the rates. That's it within the rates. So essentially you just pledge that you will allocate those funds every year to the maintenance and monitoring of the landfill.
How do we agree to pledge funds when we don't know what the actual costs are?
Well, we have the actual costs. So I just don't have the specific numbers in front of me today. And we will have outlined, we have the costs for the there's two buckets. One is post-closure maintenance. We have that cost. I just don't have that in front of me today. It's roughly 200,000. And then the corrective action financial assurances. And that's the one that we need to revisit the way it's presented. Does it need to be, do we need to look at all potential corrective actions and fund for that? Or do we look at the highest or most likely corrective action? So that question needs to be ironed out.
Yeah, I can answer. As Stephanie's pointed out, there are two components to it. One is for the monitoring portion, but then there's also the corrective action. And that's what I mentioned. We need to go and sit down and have a very long conversation with the folks from the Regional Water Board.
So Stephanie, thank you, John. Stephanie, and maybe John knows this, but Stephanie, the post-closure maintenance you just mentioned, I think, was 200,000 a year. I think I also heard earlier from Tisha that our 6.3% roughly generates 200,000 per year. So from a post-closure maintenance standpoint, related to the landfill, we should be in good shape.
Yes, you should be. Well, you're in good shape to basically pledge that. But I know that there's additional costs that we have incurred with all of the studies and the work plans, and that will need. I think you'll need to look at the rates on how to reimburse for those costs. But for the typical year, routine year of maintenance and monitoring, that's roughly 200,000 at this time. And however, that can change as we, that can change as we get to the end of our investigation and what needs to be done to bring the landfill into compliance.
So I'm still very confused because if I heard correctly, we had a deadline for financial assurances to be agreed upon by the city and by Recology by last June, yet it's pretty clear to me we don't understand what the actual costs are.
We understand what the costs are today. So that's what we have to fund for, is those for today. And as the costs go up, then those will have to adjust that pledge of revenue up.
So the costs today are roughly $200,000 per year?
Correct.
Okay. The landfill, through some old agreements with Recology, was to be managed by Recology. That's still the situation, right? Recology, through our franchise agreement, manages the landfill closure and those efforts and operations out there related to the closure.
That's correct.
And the permit that got renewed in 2018 had a bunch of new, I'm going to forget the term that was used, but they had a bunch of corrective actions that were required to go over and above. I mean, are the corrective actions that were assessed in our permit renewal for the city of Auburn and this landfill, are they consistent with what you would see in other landfills that Recology manages? This landfill was shut down back in 83, 4, somewhere in that time frame. Is this typical that you look that far back in the timeline, or
it
done
is
with the landfill? Are we ever done with this landfill?
30 years after there's no longer a groundwater impact, you're done with the landfill. You know, back in the day, it was 30 days of post-closure, and that's changed. And they're going back to these closed landfills. I manage another closed landfill on behalf of Yuba County, and they're requiring very similar investigations and financial assurances.
Yeah, I can speak from my knowledge in my last city. They came up with a new regulatory framework on how to approach it at the regional board.
Yeah.
And they went and basically reopened all the WDRs for every single landfill. And they came up with an entirely new way to look at it. And you know, it's quite dramatic. And you meet with them and realize that they came up with the new regulations, and then they just turned it over to the enforcement division. And that's who we're dealing with right now, is the enforcement folks. We aren't talking to the regulators. You can't talk to them. So that's what we're wrestling with, because they took the new parameters, applied it to this landfill, and then they are requiring under the WDRs corrective action for a landfill that was closed 35 years ago.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, both of you. I guess my last question was something that I hadn't really thought of until it was mentioned in the presentation, but this landfill is the finger quotes Auburn landfill. it's being paid for by the 4,200 citizens or households, whatever that number was, as reported, Tisha. All of these closure up efforts are related just to those 42, being spread amongst those 4,200 citizens or households, I should say. But are we really thinking that this landfill was only utilized by people who lived inside the city limits when the landfill is actually out? It's in the city limits in an island, but it's out in North Auburn. And I get that this is ancient history, but it certainly seems crazy to me that just the citizens inside the city limits are required to pay for all of these growing costs associated with this landfill, when I guarantee you everybody in North Auburn used that dump when they needed to get rid of garbage. So I'll leave it at that. I know it can't be answered, but thank you for your presentations. I'm sure we're going to be talking more about these ever-growing costs. So I look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
I was just going to say that Member Spokley raises a really valid point, because it isn't just the residents of Auburn that have contributed to that waste. It's the surrounding areas too. And I don't know if there's a way that we could somehow, we have a waste management a JPA, if there's some way we can share that cost. It's something to kind of, you've made a point that I think we need to investigate a little bit further. Sorry.
No, that's a good point. Thank you, Member Spokley, for bringing that up too. Councilwoman Amar, did you have a follow-up?
I never had a chance.
Well, let me rephrase that. Councilwoman Amar, any questions?
Yes, I do. I'm also very concerned about the landfill that's been shut down, and our role in this now, and the new changing regulations that we're actually enforcement now that we're dealing with. I won't go any further into that. Also the cost. I found this very informative. I appreciate your presentation, Tisha and Stephanie. Very, very well done. And what is disconcerting to me is the plastics too. What I hear is that we can't, we think we're recycling them, but we are not. Is that correct? Is that what I hear you saying? Where exactly are they going then, the plastics?
Well, so what I can tell you, and again, we don't manage the MRF that this is that the product goes to, but they're processing all of the plastics, right? And they'll find an end market for those plastics that there's a market for. And right now that market is really ones to threes. You're not seeing, the 4, 5, 6, and 7s. That lower grade plastic is hard to find a home for right now.
Okay, so what we have to do is educate people then to basically not use plastics or one-time plastics. Does Recology have a role in education? Is that something that they do? Because I see, when I go to stores, Costco used to hand out, they would hand you a sample and then give you a plastic fork, and then you'd dump it. And there was, hundreds and thousands of people going through there. So is there anything that Recology is doing to help in that regard?
Right. No, we are happy to help in that regard. It's really just helping to educate the community to reuse. And like you said, think about what they're buying when they're buying the products up front, so that we can reduce what we're seeing in the trash stream, and hope that those products that are being utilized do have a home.
So is there a program that you currently have that is educating at all, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
we have zero waste specialists that can go out to businesses and help with residential education as well. Okay, and so in that regard, my next question is, Auburn is having some difficulty. I'm on the pollution committee. There's a group that
notices that there's grease coming from some of our commercial stores, and it is being dumped in our local ravine or somewhere. It's coming out into our little stream. And so some of it has been a result of restaurants who aren't educated, and they just dump their grease, and it results in pollution to our little ravine in Auburn. You didn't talk about grease. I was particularly looking for that. Do you have a market to recycle the grease? Is that something that you do, or is there a education on that?
Right. No, I'm happy to meet with you offline, and we can absolutely, find out what commercial businesses might be in need of some education, and see how we can assist in educating them and getting those employees trained on finding a home for that product.
Okay, and you do have a home for grease then?
Yeah, we don't collect it, but we can collect it at the transfer station, and then really just educate them on how to properly dispose of it at their location.
Okay.
Council Member Amara, there's actually grease and those kinds of waste products. If I can recall, I think they're classified under the hazardous waste. There's a specific disposal process for them. There's traps and so forth, and there's a service that comes around and that will actually collect them from the restaurants. So if they are not disposing of them properly, because they're not supposed to just dump it down the drain. There are regulations that govern that process, and
I'm aware of it, but I was just, so this is outside of recology then, is that correct?
Right, for collecting.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then, and I do have some further questions, but in the interest of time, we have another item here. I will reach out to you and ask you offline some questions and educate myself even further. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilwoman Amara. Just have a couple questions myself here. One is the recycle buyback. I assume since you've discontinued it, that's not part of our agreement with you?
Correct. Yeah. And I do apologize. I reached out to Bob Richardson before he had left to inform him about the buyback closing. And honestly, I didn't get any concern back from him other than just letting me know, okay. So again, I hoped that when we reached out to jurisdictions that at that time, they would have let us know that they had a concern, because we absolutely would have talked to you about it more. But we didn't get anything back from him that stated that, hey, you know what, we really need this in our community. Can we keep it, or can we talk more? It was simply an okay.
I'm just curious, and maybe you know this, obviously, we don't have a choice on paying when we purchase beverages at stores, paying the redemption value, the CRV. But is the state not required to have a certain number of locations where people can redeem their recyclables and get the money that they've more or less advanced, get them reimbursed? Because I tell you this after just spending the weekend driving from Auburn 35 miles, or 35 minutes, I should say, to Lincoln, waiting in line an hour to take it actually to the facility in Lincoln. And so while Councilwoman Dowden Calvillo mentioned that there's one place in Auburn, I'm just curious that if the state requires us to pay it, why is there not a requirement to ensure that within each community there's a location to get your redemption value back?
Yeah.
You know what state you live in, Daniel?
I'm sorry? I guess I'm asking a little knowing the answer, but I was just curious if Tisha, if you could, this isn't a slight at you by any means, and I appreciate your efforts to reach out to us, and obviously a lot going on in our world in April and May, and but I'm just curious if you're aware if there's any requirements for the state to actually do it, because we're really in reality, if we don't say something, what happens if there's only one location really within the entire state where you can take these back, yet we're all having to pay for them? And so what becomes my incentive to actually do anything besides throw them in the garbage and lose out on money?
Right. No, and I agree. I think that bill needs to be revised. It was developed in, I want to say in the 80s, and
Yes.
it really hasn't been updated since then. They do,
Yeah.
do need to update that so that it makes sense for communities to have this program, because you're absolutely right.
Yeah, Mayor Belan, it's called the bottle bill.
Mhm.
Yes.
And California is a recycling desert. Out of the almost 500 cities that exist in California and 58 counties, I think there are fewer than 100 recycling centers that still exist throughout the state. I think in the Bay Area, there are only like 3 in the entire San Francisco Bay Area. And it doesn't exist. And the place for you to get your CRV is very challenging. We as a city, we have, as part of our general plan, what they call the non-disposal facilities element. Our promotion of having places for people to go and get their redemption value is there. The reality is that it's just becoming a tax. Both the haulers and the grocery store owners, as part of the deal for having the CRV, the grocery store owners are supposed to help in citing places for you to go and get redemption on those, and it's not there. And matter of fact, the haulers and the grocery stores are fighting all the recycling people on this. Very contentious. There's literally hundreds of millions of dollars that go nowhere each year, and it's very serious. And as you try and recycle anything, it's a challenge. Most people do just throw it in the trash.
John, I appreciate that, and appreciate your future looking for any opportunities that maybe we can lobby on behalf of our residents to make some change in this space. Because again, Tisha, this isn't a slight at you guys. It was just a little thing. I think it's a little surprising, at least for me, to hear that it wasn't just a temporary closure, and many residents may not realize that as well. So I will move on from that, though. To the closed landfill, obviously there's a lot of unanswered questions. I think there's been, from what it sounds like here, some miscommunications potentially over the months and maybe even over the years on some of these things. But I am curious, did the city actually ever review and or approve the renewal to the additions to the 2018 permit?
Yes, we worked with the city at the time. Derek was their landfill engineer, and he participated and went to the water board meetings and negotiations with the permit, and has reviewed all of the documentation. And we make it a practice to send all of the reports to the city for review and approval.
Stephanie, you cut out when you said who?
Sorry, Derek Whitehead.
Oh,
He
okay.
was working with Bernie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, and I guess 2 last comments. One is I absolutely agree with the comments that were made by Councilmember Spokley and Councilwoman Dowden-Calvillo. I think that it's upon us as a council to do a little bit more research related to back in the, sounds like maybe before I was born, when this closed landfill was used, and determine officially what communities took part in using it, and have some conversations with potentially our county leaders and any other communities that used it, to ensure that it's now not on the backs of the city of Auburn residents only, if others partook in using it for their trash. Because I think making sure that we are spreading out those additional costs that are now required of us. I use this analogy quite a bit related to some of the COVID restrictions, but I very much feel that this is the state just moving the goalpost a little further. It sounds like we're just over 30 years away from this landfill having closed, and maybe potentially as we get close to being out of the permit and being out of the closed landfill maintenance business, we're brought back in as the rules are changing. And that may be obviously some master plan by the state to do that. But I guess I would just ask John, you city staff, or even with the help of Recology, any formal documentation that we have when this landfill was used of who actually used it, so that we can have some of those discussions. Because I don't think it should be contentious, but it needs to be rightfully paid for by everybody who used it. And if it's just the city of Auburn, then obviously we bear the cost, to keep our trash close by, unfortunately. And then I want to end with one thing for you, Tisha, and for anybody else is I have had a lot of interactions with Recology related to some of the community cleanup events, specifically with Sudosa, who is every single year available when we have a dumpster need at the last minute, whether it's moving it from one part of town to the other. And I'm super appreciative of Recology's involvement in our community, and specifically Sue's role in helping facilitate that. So I think we have a lot of tough questions that still need to be answered, specifically related to the closed landfill. Some tough questions about increased regulations and how that may be burdened on us as the fee payers, but very much appreciative of Recology's involvement in our community. So with that, I want to take an opportunity to see if there's any public comment on this item. I don't think so, but I will turn to the city clerk.
There's not.
Tisha, is there anything else closing you guys have?
No, I just want to thank you too, and giving us the time to go over this with you. I know that there's a lot more meat involved in this, especially as it pertains to the closed landfill. And we're just happy to have John aboard and open to sit down and discuss anything else that you have questions about as it pertains to that closed landfill. And we obviously I'll talk to John as well about the buyback stuff too.
No, appreciate that. And I think, as it was mentioned, some need for some more community involvement of kind of what's coming up next outside of these council meetings. So a town hall meeting, a community workshop of some type we should start planning that now. So with that, before we move on to the next item, I'm going to go ahead and call for a 5-minute break. If that's not enough time, you guys can let me know. But let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Actually, I'm just going to do 8 minutes, so we're right on even. Let's start back at 9:10, just for ease of things. So we'll take a break till 9:10 and then open up the next item. Maybe it's just me, but it is very difficult to look at people's scarecrow pictures and not be a little freaked out. John, I drove by yours the other day and it looked like a Colombian drug lord had thrown a sack over your head and was kidnapping you. And poor Amy, Amy and I were talking, and hers needs some Botox.
Well, they keep vandalizing mine, taking my hat, sunglasses, mask. They even took my wig. It's gone for good, I guess.
Carol, there is a beautiful transient walking around town with your hat right now.
That cute little hat.
Okay, I'm
I'll
sorry.
keep an eye
Okay, needed a little humor to wake us back up, because obviously we have a pretty important item here, and that is item number 8, our fiscal year 2021 amended budget. Andy, good evening, and thank you for joining us. I will turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Can everybody hear me okay? I want to make sure my mic is working okay. Thank you again. What I'd like to do for you tonight is give you an update of the fiscal 2021 budget called the amended budget. What I'll be doing tonight is kind of going through a slide presentation that I'll ask Amy to put up now if she can, and walk through that. Okay, and if you just go to the second slide, I'll go through the outline. So we'll give you an overview of the budget development process to date. And the goal again is to try to get through this as quickly as possible without losing a lot of the substance that's in the report itself. Look at the 2021 citywide amended budget and some of the changes from a citywide perspective. Look at the general fund revenues and expenditures, and then give you an update on the multi-year forecast. It's developed continually throughout the year. That has been updated. Look at the enterprise funds and some other special revenue funds, and then look at some future considerations before considering the budget itself. So if you go to the next slide, Amy.
Before you do that, I might, well, there it goes. Was I the only one that saw the big green stripe on the slide?
No, I saw it.
I saw it too.
It is gone, so hopefully that went away. Sorry, Andy, go ahead.
Okay. So looking at the budget development process today, as your council might recall, back on June 22nd, 2020, we did adopt a preliminary budget. And we called it a preliminary budget at the time, particularly because of the whole COVID-19 pandemic impacts on certain revenues that we knew were likely to transpire, particularly sales tax and transient occupancy tax, and potentially things like business tax, real estate fees, and the such. We did know that the pandemic would have some impact on revenues. We just didn't know how much because as you know, particularly with sales tax, the data lags, and we really weren't going to have any good information until at least August or September, at which point we could bring back a budget knowing what at least some of the impacts were likely to be, and if we needed to adjust the budget moving forward, we could. So the budget was prepared with the expectation that we would be coming back to you tonight, sometime in October, as additional data became available, which it has. We did update the budget consistent with internal and external forecast updates. So our auditors for the city were here a couple of weeks ago, spent a considerable amount of time with us, and are in the process of putting that audit together right now. Don't expect anything big to come out of that audit. But what we do have that we did not have when we put the budget together is the actual numbers for fiscal 19-20. So the budget has been updated, the amended budget has been updated to reflect what actually transpired in fiscal 19-20. We work closely with the department heads as required to update the budget, and particularly in the capital area. So there are some changes to the capital plans in the sewer and the airport funds, for example, and then also in the general fund. And then also with overlay, and we'll go through that. And then one thing I do want to mention to your council is that we would like to come back after the first part of the calendar year in February 2021 as part of the normal mid-year process, because we will have yet another quarterly update of the sales tax. And I really want to see where that ends up, especially as it relates to fuel that we'll talk about a little bit tonight as well. You can go to the next slide, Amy. Looking at the citywide amended budget. So on the right-hand side of this slide, you see what the amended budget is. And if you focus on that expenditure column, second column from the right, $33.1 million expenditure budget, as opposed to what was actually spent in fiscal 19-20, which was $27.6 million. When you look at that $33.1 million budget, that's actually about $3.2 million more than the budget that was presented to you in June, okay? For the general fund, it's about $400,000 more than the budget presented in June, and that's only because you have a PSPS grant revenues that were received for about $199,000 that actually weren't spent in fiscal 1920 that are carried over into 2021, so they're added as an appropriation. And there's some other one-time expenditures as well. And one thing I have done with the 2021 budget, particularly for the general fund, is updated all of the health insurance costs because we know what those are now that CalPERS has released those rates. For the airport fund, a decrease of about $600,000 from the preliminary budget to the amended budget. That has to do primarily with the taking away of the fencing project that was budgeted originally and is now no longer budgeted. What we're doing with that is we're actually going to save some money that's being allocated towards that project and then do a larger project for the fencing project at some point in time in the future. $2.1 million increase for the sewer fund. Most of that is related to the sludge dewatering project and the increase in that budget. And then $1.3 million increase in the special revenue fund budgets. And that's particularly because of overlay and the addition of overlay money. We'll go through that. Bus that is fully funded by grants in the transit department. And then also the allocation of a CDBG loan from our business development program that's actually on tap and hopefully will go out. So in a sense, you have a $33.1 million budget that is currently on tap. I did mention that overlay funding is actually added into this budget. And right now we have about $850,000 in total that's being added for the overlay project, nothing from the general fund. So the general fund contribution for fiscal 2021 is still not there. But that's most of it is coming from the gas tax and from the transportation fund. And we'll go through that when I get to those slides. Go to the next slide, Amy. These are the capital projects that are budgeted citywide. So this is by fund. They have about $12.7 million citywide for capital projects, $173,000 in the general fund, and that includes the PSPS grant, some Microsoft 365 licenses, some other technology. Airport fund, some of the same projects that you saw before with the helicopter parking area and the East Hanger water line. The only one that's not there is the fencing project. Sewer, the biggest project in the sewer fund, I want to say it's about $5 million, is the wastewater treatment plant sludge dewatering project, Borland sewer realignment. A lot going on in the sewer fund. For the transportation fund, you can see there $350,000 out of transportation is being dedicated to overlay. And that includes a $300,000 direct allocation and then a $50,000 staff allocation where staff goes out and does certain road rehab and pothole fixing and such. That's always budgeted every year as well. But transportation fund, $350,000 there. We also have budgeted in the transportation fund $275,000 towards the Nevada Street sidewalk. And this is merely just a cleanup appropriation that is fully funded by the remaining amount that's expected to be received from a CMAQ grant. So there's no additional funding for Nevada Street that hasn't already been paid and incurred as part of fiscal 1920 that's coming over into fiscal 2021. So that project is truly winding down. For the gas tax fund, $500,000 in street overlay, and we'll get to the gas tax slide. You'll see that of that $500,000, $118,000 of it is a carryover from money that wasn't spent last year into the new year, into fiscal 2021. So total $500,000 there. And then you see just some other funding for vehicle leases in the property seizure fund, and then a new truck in the FEP fund for the building division. You go to the next slide, Amy. Continuing to focus on the citywide budget, we have 84.5 positions citywide. That 84.5 positions does include the 7 full-time equivalent limited term fire personnel that are accounted for in a separate fund in the special fire fund. We'll go through that. Also, there are the administrative services director and the public works director positions, which are currently both vacant, that are funded in the budget for being filled. So at some point in time, that funding is available should the council and or the city manager decide to move forward with filling those positions. The Economic Development Director is frozen and not funded. So that funding has been taken out of the budget. And that was also out of the budget with the preliminary budget that you saw earlier 3 months ago. But it still remains to not be funded. But again, you'll see that the economic development budget has actually increased to account for a change that the council made at the outset of the budget in June, where they moved certain money from community projects or community contributions over into economic development. And then also we have added some additional funding for economic development as well, but we have not funded the position. And then the sewer and transit funds account for 7 FTE citywide. One thing I did want to notice as part of the position slide is that out of all these positions and all the positions that are incurred in the general fund or costed to the general fund, there's about $512,000 that is actually transferred to other funds for administrative related support for things like city manager's office, the finance department, the human resource function, all the administrative related indirect cost functions that are transferred to other funds. So about $500,000 goes to other funds. You can go to the next slide, Amy. Okay, these are the citywide reserve levels. So assuming what is presented to you as part of the fiscal 2021 budget, amended budget comes to fruition, that is all the revenues that are budgeted come in and all the expenditures are incurred. At the end of the day, the general fund will have about 5.1 million in designated reserves and 439,000 in undesignated reserves. In the general fund, those designated reserves include things like a $2.2 million pension reserve that the council has had for a number of years, and a $2.7 million economic uncertainty reserve. When you look at the total general fund reserves as a percentage of the total general fund budget, you're at about 41%. So that number has remained fairly stable and is a good number. 41% on a budget for the size of Auburn is actually a pretty good budget. You can also see that the airport fund and the sewer fund have healthy levels of reserves, 1.6 million and 6.3 million of estimated fund balance respectively. And then a lot of the other funds have very small amounts because those funds are meant to be spent on specific things and typically are, with 2 funds having a deficit fund balance, one being the Auburn School Park Reserve Fund, where there's a fee that's actually coming in as new development takes place, with a nexus to the Auburn School Park Reserve. Ultimately, after a number of years, hopefully that will be paid down and be zero. And then, of course, the closed landfill fund, which I have a specific slide for that we'll go over as well. So pretty healthy reserves citywide. Next slide, Amy. Now we'll move on to the general fund. So what I've done here is I've given you the estimated amounts for the fiscal year just ended on June 30th, 2020. You can see we had about 13.7 million in revenue, offset by 13.4 million in expenditures. So about a $270,000 surplus actually ensued with the fiscal 1920 in the general fund. That surplus is due to the receipt of the PSPS grant. So that money is actually accounted for in that surplus. So we know we're going to spend that money, which is why I added it back to the budget as a capital item. And then we also have a $20,000 donation from the Downtown Business Association that was provided for the umbrella project in the Arts Commission. So that is actually in reserve as well as part of that surplus, and then a small amount of surplus otherwise for fiscal 1920. In your preliminary budget that you approved in June, you can see we had a $12.4 million revenue estimate offset by a $12.6 million expenditure estimate. So about a use of $192,000 in fund balance. Again, this budget was put together without a whole lot of information on exactly how COVID was ultimately going to impact the city. So we have some better information now, but this is the budget that was put before you. And again, it was meant to be very conservative, to wait for the information and ultimately come back to you, as we are tonight, with an amended budget that you can see in the general fund is $13.1 million in revenue and just under $13.1 million in expenditures. So about a $40,000 surplus. Essentially a balanced budget is before you tonight for the amended budget. So $273,000 surplus in 1920, and then about a $40,000 surplus in 2021. These are COVID adjusted numbers, okay? So the impacts of COVID, or the anticipated remaining impacts of COVID on certain tax sources, have been built in. So if you go to the next slide, Amy, you can see exactly what has been built in for the COVID impacts. So looking at the revenues that are impacted by COVID in the general fund, you can see that the realized amounts for fiscal 1920, and that is what would have typically been budgeted absent COVID versus what actually came in. So that's what I'm doing here with this slide. In 1920, the sales tax, you can see the reduction was about $573,000. So we received just over $500,000 less than we otherwise would have typically received if COVID did not happen. A lot of this has to do with fuel sales, okay? The biggest part of the general fund budget is, in terms of sales tax, is related to sales of fuel within the city. And fuel was double hit as part of COVID. Number one, the demand went way down. The demand for fuel, the use of gas went way down because people were staying at home under stay-at-home orders. And we also saw a reduction in the price of gas with the reduction in the cost per barrel of oil. Pre-COVID, oil was $40 or actually $50 to $60 a barrel. Post-COVID, it's been around $40 for the last month or so, and today it ended at about $38.50. So again, you have an impact in demand and also an impact in the price, affecting the ability to generate sales tax like we used to. The demand part is coming back. So we're seeing sales of fuel kind of go back up in terms of volume. The price, however, remains at about $40 a barrel. Transient occupancy tax, the realized amount related to COVID was about a $60,000 reduction versus what would typically be budgeted. Most of this came from Holiday Inn. Holiday Inn had a couple of pretty low months right at the outset, April and May particularly. And since then, they've been coming back a little bit, not quite fully back to where they were, but coming back a little bit. So you can see in 1920, COVID essentially cost the general fund about $633,000 in real revenue reductions. For fiscal 2021, what we're estimating for the coming fiscal year is, and these numbers need to be aggregated. So these numbers in 2021 are in addition to what was realized in 1920. So the budget for 2021 was reduced by another $160,000 or so related to sales tax. So which isn't as much as I originally thought was going to be the impact. Although it is a decrease, I do have revenues coming back to a degree, particularly for the fuel, to about 80% of what they would typically be. Okay, so I feel that's still conservative, but we have to read one more quarter of data, and we can feel pretty good about that estimate or change it again. For transient occupancy tax, increasing that by $45,000. So basically a net decrease of TOT over 2 years of about $15,000 from the previous year. No real impact on property transfer tax because a lot of homes are changing hands at this point in time, especially up in this area. And then business licenses, about a $10,000 reduction there of the approximately $220,000 or so that's received for business license. So the annual reduction for fiscal 2021 related to COVID is about another $215,000. So when you combine both of these, that we have about $848,000 two-year aggregate reduction to revenue sources related to COVID. So ultimately, that will come back in a new normal or in however we recover from COVID, but the 848 is real. That compares to what the aggregate reduction projected in June was when we brought the budget before you of 1.3 million. So you can see we did a lot better than originally anticipated. And what we found is with the second quarter returns of sales tax statewide, and that would be the April, May, and June months statewide, that almost every city and almost every forecast for every city was beat in terms of what they were projecting would be the impacts of COVID versus what actually happened. Some jurisdictions actually went up in terms of the second quarter 2020 versus the second quarter 2019 when it comes to sales tax. But because Auburn is heavily reliant on fuel, and about 40%, 45% of our sales tax comes from fuel, as noted, the impact of fuel on our sales tax base was real, and it was felt. So we actually did have a decrease. The other note I have on here is that CARES Act funding of about $180,000 will be received, and actually has been received over the 1920 period and the 2021 period for applicable expenditures. So that is also built into the budget. So if you move on to the next slide.
I'm going to have to jump out of this screen share really quick to get rid of that box that popped up. So just 1 second, it will be right back.
No problem.
Okay, hopefully that fixed it. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, so this just gives you an idea of the appropriations in the general fund and where they're all allocated. Main thing I want to point out here is that the majority of the budget does go towards public safety and police and fire. And when you take into account the portion at the top there, you see a purple box called CalPERS UAL, 1.15 million. If you add the portion of the UAL related specifically to safety to these police and fire pieces of the pie, it represents about 59% of the budget. So roughly 60% of the budget goes towards public safety. Moving on to the next slide. You can go to the next slide. Okay, good. All right, looking at just some notes for the amended budget. The amended budget does not include any salary increases. There was a salary increase or maybe a couple salary increases for different units that were postponed pending further information. So they're being discussed now, but the amended budget does not include any salary increases. Again, the Economic Development Director position is frozen and defunded. However, $113,000 is budgeted for marketing, promotion, and contractual services, a portion of which is coming from the change that we'll make in the preliminary budget column for the community contributions budget in the general fund and the economic development non-personal services in the general fund, where we move that money at the preliminary budget. The budget that you got as part of the packet didn't account for that, but no impact on the bottom line. It was just moving money from one budget to another. So that will be corrected in the final document. For committees and commissions, you can see that there's $63,000 total. And what we did here was we actually took the committees and commissions back to their original amounts. So that's what's being proposed. To the extent the council wants to keep the committees and commissions at the amounts approved with the preliminary budget, we could reduce these amounts and move forward accordingly and make that change. But for the city historian, $500, the Arts Commission is $55,000, which is their original $35,000 amount, plus the $20,000 for the umbrella project that has been donated. And then you can see economic development, $20,000. SHAC, $2,500. There was some conversation earlier this evening on an item regarding the amount of the SHAC budget. So that has $2,500 in it. And it also includes ACTE and the library and undesignated sponsorships at the original amounts. Okay, if you go to the next one. All right, so these are the recommended reserve levels in the general fund. Just to show this again, about 41% of non-capital expenditures is available in reserves. When you look at the start amounts that include economic uncertainty, reserve for unfunded liability, which is your PERS reserve, and the unassigned reserves of $439,000. There's also a small reserve there called the Police Donations Reserve, which I've set aside specifically for the patches and the challenge coins that the police department is selling. And this is money that the police department has generated in donations as a result of those sales. So $4,500 to date. So $5.5 million in general fund reserves. Next slide. This slide is continually updated for the CalPERS costs citywide. You can see there are 3 different colors on each bar. The blue bar, the blue portion of the bar represents the normal costs. And this is the percentage of payroll that is paid by existing paid for paid by the city for existing employees in the city that goes to PERS. Then you have the orange bar portion of the bar, which is the actual unfunded liability cost and the amortization of that unfunded liability, where the city right now is 71 to 72% funded total. That orange bar brings us closer to 100% over time, or is expected to bring us closer to 100% over time. And then the green bar is the debt service on the pension obligation bond that was sold, I believe, in 2007 or 8. And it was a 20-year deal that actually funded a side fund that existed for CalPERS at the time because of a change in the benefits. So that's the amortization costs for those bonds. So all of these are CalPERS costs. You can see that the green bar actually goes down in amount from fiscal 21-22 to fiscal 22-23, and that's because the debt service amount actually does decrease. And then it actually goes away, I believe, after fiscal 27-28. But what this slide does show is that when you look at what was actually incurred and paid by the city for CalPERS in fiscal 18-19, the $1.93 million number, and compare it to what is anticipated to be paid from an actuarial perspective in fiscal 26-27, 8 years later, of $2.8 million, you have a roughly $900,000 increase in CalPERS costs over an 8-year period of time. This does assume that CalPERS makes 7% on their portfolio every year, which they have not done in the last 2 years. So as you know, in fiscal 18-19, they made 6.7%. And last year they made 4.7%. So haven't seen 7% year yet, hopefully, because the market has come back a little bit this year from its COVID lows. Maybe CalPERS makes 7%, but that remains to be seen. There's still a lot of the fiscal year to go and a lot likely to transpire. If you go to the next slide. This is the general fund revenue and expenditure forecast for through fiscal 26-27. Again, this forecast is based on a base budget. So it takes the budget that is before you tonight in an amended fashion and actually strips out all of the one-time stuff, things like PSPS grants or other types of one-time spending and one-time revenues, and actually assumes that we move forward with that level of service as defined from an expenditure perspective. So this is what the forecast looks like long-term. You can see that in fiscal 2021 updated budget, the amended budget before you, $39,000 surplus next year, about the same amount in a deficit. And then we go to surpluses. And the only reason we go to surpluses in 22-23 is what I just mentioned about the drop in the pension obligation bond costs of about $200,000 that starts in 22-23. And then you can see we have a systemic rise of about $100,000 a year beyond that when you compare revenue growth versus real expenditure growth. One thing this does not include, though, that I mentioned at the outset is any labor increases. So to the extent there's an increase that's provided, a 1% increase citywide is just over $60,000. So for every 1% increase in labor costs citywide, it costs the city an additional $60,000 to the general fund. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. Now I'll go through real quickly. Some of this stuff I've already mentioned, so I'll try to just do this really briefly. With the airport fund, again, the amended budget, $1.6 million in revenue, just under $1.9 million in expenditures. It's expected to end the year with just over a $1.6 million fund balance. We have FAA entitlement funding, $829,000 for specified projects that would include the helicopter parking area and the runway rehabilitation. When you look at the airport fund and you compare the ongoing revenue sources that typically come in with the ongoing expenditures, the cost of what it takes to run the airport without capital, we add back about $425,000 a year in an operating margin. So this is the amount that the airport contributes typically on a yearly basis towards capital and towards other items. So it's a pretty good amount. Next slide, please. Okay, looking at the sewer fund in the amended budget, you can see $6.7 million in revenue, no rate increase this year, and $13.3 million in expenditures. with a projected ending fund balance of about 7.5 million, 1.1 of which is reserved for specific purposes. As I mentioned, no sewer rate increase. The sludge dewatering project is the largest project as part of a pretty robust capital plan in the sewer fund, $5 million. Other new capital projects include the Borderland sewer realignment, $500,000, and then High Street rehabilitation, $250,000. And when you look at the operating margin for the sewer fund, similar to the airport fund, it has about a $2.3 million operating margin, which is very necessary given the amount of capital that the sewer fund does undertake, as it's expected to do every year. So that's your sewer fund. Moving on to the gas tax fund, and this is another fund that was impacted by COVID, especially only on the volume side. So this has to do specifically with the amount of gas sold. This gas tax is not really a sales tax; it's the excise tax that's collected on gas, which is completely dependent on the volume. It's a fixed amount. For the fiscal 2021 budget, you have $583,000 in revenue and $785,000 in expenditures. There is a carryover fund balance from fiscal 1920, particularly in the unspent overlay funds of about $188,000. It's being added to the amount available in the gas tax fund for new overlay. So a total of $500,000, which is 188 plus 312,000 in new money, is being allocated for overlay. Again, the gas tax fund does fund the street light maintenance and utilities costs, and it funds $65,000 worth of the street sweeping program that is undertaken by the street maintenance staff. Again, COVID impacts are built in, so these numbers come directly from the League of California City. Michael Coleman, who's a financial expert on municipal financial information, puts together a forecast and updates it frequently for gas tax. So this is taken right from his website. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, transportation fund. So you can see the amended budget for the transportation fund, $564,000 in revenue, offset by $990,000 in expenditures. A significant drop from what was estimated in what was actually incurred in fiscal 1920, because the Nevada Street project is essentially done. So at the end of the day, transportation fund won't have much in fund balance if we spend the $990,000 in expenditures, because the Nevada Street project has been completed. As I mentioned at the outset of the presentation, $275,000 is appropriated, and this is basically for the retention payment, I believe, but that is funded by CMAQ. So there's an offsetting revenue source on the other side. No new funding required for Nevada Street. The transportation fund contribution to the overlay is $350,000, giving a total citywide overlay funding at $850,000. And keep in mind, this doesn't include any general fund money for fiscal 1920. That doesn't start back up in the forecast until fiscal 21-22. So no new funding from the general fund for the current year, 2021. And then we do have a new project, the Cherry and Magnolia electric vehicles charging station, and that's fully funded by grants and a transfer in from the FEP fund for $98,000. Next slide, please. Transit fund. So transit fund is funded by an array of sources: state transit assistance, federal transit assistance. It's funded by Farebox, but it gets most of its funding from an allocation of TVA, local transportation funding. So before the transportation fund can get any money for LTF or TDA, the transit fund has to be made whole. So that's what you see here. In fiscal 2021, we have a $1.1 million revenue, about a $1.1 million expenditure. So essentially a balanced budget there, $4,000 left at the end of the day. It does receive the majority of the local transportation funding allocation. One thing I will say about the local transportation funding allocation that is administered by PCTPA is that it has been budgeted very conservatively this year. They've taken a good chunk out of what they would typically receive out because, as you know, the TDA money is a sales tax related collection. And as such, it was likely to be impacted similar to the way all sales taxes have been impacted statewide. So they've taken a conservative approach to estimating exactly what might be available. To the extent additional funds become available and sales taxes actually come in a little bit higher, they could make a change sometime during the fiscal year. But at the latest, well, with next fiscal year, we could see an increase in LTF compared to what we would typically receive. So no issue with that. They're just budgeting conservatively like they probably should. There's also CARES Act funding in the transit fund that's to be received, and this is for capital and operations. The majority of this money will go towards the bus, $135,000. And then you can see that the new capital projects include the passenger connect cards and the purchase of the bus. Next slide, please. Special Fire Fund. This is another fund that was actually incorrect in the budget document that you actually received for the preliminary budget. When your council adopted the preliminary budget in June, you actually funded only 50% of the year for the Special Fire Fund firefighters. So that will be reflected in the preliminary budget column for Fund 63. But moving forward with the amended budget, I have put in there $636,000 in revenue to be offset by the same amount of expenditures. As I stated when we brought the preliminary budget to the council, these numbers are speculative, and it is highly dependent on exactly what we end up receiving from the state related to our participation in strike teams, which have been plenty this year. Pre-positioning and pre-positioning our firefighters at other locations nearby, which has happened this year. And then reimbursements from field break and other related grants, which has also transpired. Last year, you can see that the total revenues that we received for all of these activities was $363,000. The only way we were able to achieve a balanced budget at the end of the year, because you can see we spent $615,000, was there was a very large carryover fund balance that came in from the previous fiscal year 18-19 into 19-20. That didn't happen in fiscal 2021. We started essentially with zero at the end. And for fiscal 19-20, we actually had to transfer $152,000 in general fund money to cover the cost of the 7 firefighters. Not sure what to expect for the balance of this year. I talked to the fire chief today. He mentioned we did receive our first check related to strike team monies that did come in. So I'm anticipating there'll be, a slew of these checks coming in over the near term. But I think this is one budget that will need to be watched very closely. And also it'll be very important to update the council at least no later than mid-year on exactly what the status of this fund is. So that's the Special Fire Fund. Next slide. We just spent a considerable amount of time talking about the city's closed landfill, and we do have a special fund dedicated specifically to the closed landfill. You can see the amended budget has $228,400 in revenue, and this represents the just over 6% in the franchise fee that is allocated towards the closed landfill. Keeping in mind that the city does receive about 16% in franchise fees, 10%, which has historically always gone to the general fund and offsets franchise-related costs in the general fund, and then the balance of which goes into the closed landfill fund. The expenditures that have been budgeted, which include only the monitoring expenditures, things like the monitoring that Golder does, the cost that it costs to monitor, PG&E costs, other related costs, the sewer costs, the annual sewer bill that varies depending on the amount of rain that we get every year. Some years it can be 130,000, some years it can be 80,000. It just depends on the amount of rain. But that sewer cost is what's really, in my mind and in my opinion, breaking this budget right now. And it's because of the variableness in the amount of the sewer bill that we pay Placer County each year. So $245,000 in expenditures. So the revenues that are collected as part of the franchise fee come close, but they don't cover the normal expenditures. What this budget does not include is what was discussed just a little bit ago with Recology, and that is the compliance costs. So none of the compliance costs have been built into this budget. None of the things that need to be done to the landfill to make it compliant so that we can move forward with the new permit requirements are built into this budget. So that's the conversation that will absolutely need to happen over time. And you can see right now, because of some of the previous costs that we paid as part of the $304,000 that was paid in fiscal 1920, there's a slight deficit in that fund of $135,000. Okay. So that's very high level overview of the landfill fund. Next slide, please. Okay, facilities and equipment fund. This is the FEP AB 1600 fee that's collected for facilities and equipment replacement for the city. The amended budget, about $36,500 in revenue. We have collected a few of these fees already this year, so I feel comfortable with that number. And about $72,000 in expenditures. The FEP fund at the end of the year, assuming we spend that money and bring in $36,000, we'll still have about $155,000. And you might recall that the FEP fund paid a very large part of the window project that we had last year. And it was good to have that money so that the general fund didn't have to incur that cost, but still $155,000 left in that fund. Again, the expenditures include a truck for the building department and also a transfer out towards the Cherry and Magnolia electric vehicle charging station in the transit fund. Okay, next slide. So those are some of the highlights of some of the major funds and some of the changes. There's a couple of funds that I did not present as part of this presentation tonight, particularly because there's not really a lot of changes in them. There's nothing really to add from the preliminary budget. But looking ahead for the balance of this year, and as this budget process continues to unfold, when we come back at mid-year in February, some of the future considerations, at least from a staff perspective, we're thinking about and are noteworthy are the future impacts of COVID and a new normal. We're going to continue to get data. More data is going to come in related to sales tax, transient occupancy tax. There's going to be new impacts likely. I mean, we're seeing an uptick in the number of COVID cases. How that plays into the potential, modification of how the economy is operating right now remains to be seen. But more than likely, there will be future impacts related to the COVID pandemic. So we're watching that very closely. Measure S. A week from tonight, people will be voting on Measure S. People are actually already voting on Measure S. But soon enough, we will know whether or not that Measure S is successful or not. That will change things considerably for the city. There'll be, to the extent it passes, there'll be an additional large sum of money coming into the city that will enable us to do some of the things that we struggle to do now or struggle to do very well that are huge priorities of the city. General fund overlay contribution. Don't have that built in for fiscal 1920 from the general fund. Do have it built in for 21, 22 and beyond in the forecast, but we need to be watching that very closely because that obviously is a huge priority at the city council. Labor negotiations, as I mentioned, just over $60,000 for every 1% that's added because of labor negotiations citywide. So have to be cognizant of that. Staffing costs related to fire, particularly in the Special Fire Fund, Fund 63, and then the need for administrative support and how we move forward with that. Closed landfill fiscal planning, talked about that a lot tonight. So that is absolutely going to be on tap for the council in the future. And then the last item I have on there is a bullet point called CalPERS pension issues. You saw what's going on with the CalPERS pension costs over the next 7 years or so, increase of about $900,000 compared to what we paid for pensions in fiscal 18-19. There's ways that we can look at that and ways that other cities are really considering how they treat pension costs in the future, particularly as it relates to a pension obligation bond. Like any bond, and especially a pension obligation bond, and especially a pension obligation bond with CalPERS, there are significant risks that need to be considered. So as a staff, we'd absolutely like to come back to the council and talk about what that looks like, what that means. We are in a different time right now than we ever have been. Interest rates are as low as they probably ever will be and ever have been. So the timing might be right, especially for this city, where your city council has already made the decision to offset, as part of its general fund reserves, a portion of those reserves, $2.2 million, for future pension costs. That becomes your backstop for a pension obligation bond to the extent CalPERS adds a brand new liability when they don't meet their rate. So if you did a bond and you paid off 90% of your pension and funded liability, because you would never want to pay off 100%, because when you pay off 100%, then CalPERS has a year where they make 15% and now you're super funded. So you've given them more money than you should have, okay? So pay off 90% thereabouts, do the bond, and then when CalPERS has a bad year, you have that $2.2 million backstop to actually enable you to use a portion of that money to mitigate the exposure on your operations budget otherwise that you might have to add if you didn't have that backstop. So lots of things to consider, but definitely in speaking with the city manager, we would like to bring back a workshop setting to the city council so that we can have this conversation. So that's some of the things for future considerations. And next slide, please. And that kind of brings me to the end. So with that, I know that I've gone through this very quickly, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and we'll start there.
Great. Thank you very much, Andy. Appreciate that. I'm going to go in order of how I can see everybody. So I will start with Councilwoman Mackey.
Andy, in our Fund 69, didn't we have a $400 and some thousand deficit at the last budget update? And now it's like...
Yeah, so that's a good question. So in the last budget update, what I did was I added in all of the compliance related costs that have not been paid for, that have been incurred by recologists. So they've actually paid the bills and they've requested reimbursement for us. But because that is sort of up in the air right now and dependent on a financial plan and exactly how we're going to look at this, not just for those 300,000 or so in costs that have been incurred already, but in totality, I wanted to hold that back. So the budget that you see before you as part of the amended budget does not include those costs.
Thank you, Andy. That was the only question I had. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilwoman Amara.
Thank you. Am I dark?
You are a little bit. There you go. Now we can see you better.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I'll keep it brief as well. My question is on slide 4, your slide 4.
Okay.
So the airport, what was the savings? I'm sorry, you went so fast. You said we had a savings there from the airport.
Yeah, so the budget for the airport on slide 4 is actually just under $1.9 million for expenditures. That is about $600,000 less than what the preliminary budget showed. And all that we've done with the airport is we've taken out the fencing project that was actually appropriate in preliminary budget to kind of hold back on that and wait until we have additional funds to do a larger project for the airport fencing.
Okay, thank you. And then on slide 5, you talked a little bit about the Nevada Street project and how that's almost complete. I understand. Right. So there's been a lot of concern about the fencing. Is there any money, for us to do some fencing there, if potentially, or is that money just being transferred or putting into the money? Is there money left over from the Nevada Street project, first of all?
This accounts for every dollar that would have been left over as part of the Nevada Street project. What has been done is Nevada Street is fully balanced out in fiscal 1920. So any money that was left over in fund balance in the transportation fund at the end of fiscal 1920 was allocated specifically to the overlay to the extent it wasn't needed for something else, which was, from what I understand, the council just conversation
Okay,
that had
so
happened.
it went to the overlay, basically.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And I just have a question, if you could enlighten me on the so the transportation fund, that can be used only for buses and transportation, but it can also be used for roads. Is that correct?
Correct. Right. So both the transit fund and the transportation fund are funded with the half-cent sales tax that accrues as part of the Transportation Development Act's local transportation funding, which the city gets about $800,000 a year. Okay. Now there's other funding that helps the transit fund, but the transportation fund is heavily reliant on what's left over that the transit fund doesn't need from TDA that comes over into ultimately transportation fund, which then funds a large amount of the overlay on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you.
And the city's stormwater program.
Oh, and okay, thank you. And then you mentioned quickly the Auburn School Park Preserve. There's a cost every year. What is that? What is that cost?
That's a great question. So several years ago, when in the Auburn School Park Preserve took a number of years to complete. There were a number of grant sources associated with that project. There was development funding that was associated with that project. There was just a plethora of sources. The scope for that project changed almost daily. Okay, so what actually went into that park changed very frequently. And as a result, expenditures ended up getting ahead of revenues. And because a lot of these revenues were related to grants, we had to wait and then re-reconcile and all that. At the end of the day, there was about a $300,000 shortfall after we had negotiated with with Bob Gilliam, who was working with the park group. So the city was kind of on the hook for this 300 grand in overruns and expenditures associated with the Auburn School Park Preserve. When I left the city in 2013, between the time I left and came back, there was a fee that was put in place by the city council that actually was added appropriately to the cost of development for homes and other businesses and such with a nexus to the Auburn School Park Preserve, an AB 1600 fee. So that fee is on the books right now. And what that fee is doing is every time it's collected, and we get 2, 3, 4 fees a year, a couple $1,000 a fee, when that money comes in, it just goes to offset that negative balance. So it'll take a number of years, presumably, before that it's fully paid off, but at least there's a plan to do it.
Oh, okay, okay. So no, that is not paid off with general fund money.
Ultimately, it would be covered by the general fund if you, but yeah,
Nope.
we can for a while.
Okay,
yeah.
And so, you know, I guess I'm concerned in slide 9 when you know we're talking about our sales tax and how reliant we are on gas. In the future, I think that's something we have to look at is, you know, that's going to be difficult. And I guess at some point in time, you know, it'd be interesting to hear what other cities are using in terms of revenues other than gas. And I think, you know, we know that like Shell Oil is going toward electric. So I think it's something we have to look close at. And I appreciate you bringing that up because that seems we're very reliant on that. Yeah, what percent is gas, did you say, is related to
30
gas?
30 to 45%.
Okay.
And anecdotally, based on the COVID impacts statewide, out of all the sectors of the sales tax, gas lost the most.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That doesn't help us. And then on slide 11, you indicated that the Economic director position, we did not allocate any money, but there's 113,000 for marketing. That is one-time money, is that correct? The 113.
So that money is actually all built in to the model, to your financial forecast. So the numbers you're seeing in the forecast also assume that money, that amount every year as well.
The 113,000?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, okay. And then for the arts, you said that their budget was at the arts or the DBA, 55,000. Was that?
That's the Art Commission, right?
Arts Commission, but 20,000 was donated. So really, it was only 35 that came from.
Right. Yeah. So the Arts Commission budget was originally 35. As with the preliminary budget, the council reduced it to 17.5. So with this budget, we're taking it back to 35. Plus, we're giving them the additional 20 to do that large umbrella project. The 20 being which was donated by the DBA specifically.
Correct.
It hasn't been spent yet.
Many of us. Okay. And oh, and I'm sorry, and you probably stated this, but just quickly, I think it's important. Why was there a drop? Why is there a drop in the pension obligation cost? Why did that occur?
The pension, so the green bar on slide number 13 goes down in fiscal 22-23 because of the way the debt service was set up. So when we did this bond, we actually went in with 4 or 5 other cities through an organization called the California Statewide Community Development Authority, CSCDA. They structured the bond for everybody, included this type of debt service payment where you had increasing debt service and then it came down, and that's what's going on in fiscal 22-23. So
okay.
just what's required to pay the debt.
Great. Okay. Oh, and then, okay. And then for slide 20, this is, I guess is a lucky year or not a lucky year, but from what I understand, then the strike, based on the strike team and pre-positioning and reimbursement from fuel break, this year, then we are able to fund the MyDo station. Is that correct? The
station is being funded by either the general fund or if there's any operational costs in Fund 63. There's only $20,000 of non-personnel related costs in Fund 63. So this presumes that nothing happens with the MyDo station. It stays open the way it is and it's funded accordingly. But that participates with the general fund as well.
Right, but we're going to be reimbursed because of pre-positioning, strike team, and the fuel break. So are we? How much will we be reimbursed, or is it too early to tell?
This Fund 63 budget, as I mentioned, is speculative. Okay, at this point in time, so it assumes that all the costs associated with funding 7 positions and a nominal budget, $20,000 for non-personnel costs, materials, supplies, etc., which totals $636,790, is completely funded by sources other than the general fund, which would include strike team, pre-positioning costs, and any grants, where the grant has to have a nexus to the guys or the firefighters actually working and earning what it takes to receive that grant to offset their costs.
So that's the assumption you made for this year.
That's right. So to the extent those revenues don't come in, those expenditures, if those firefighters are there all year, those expenditures will be realized.
Right.
But to the extent the revenues don't come in, we may have a situation similar to what we had in 1920, where the general fund has to make up the difference.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then your variables will probably get to that discussion later. So that concludes my questions. Thank you, Andy.
Yeah.
I appreciate your wonderful presentation as usual. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Dowden Calbio.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Mayor, we're just asking questions. We'll have an additional time for conversation and just potential changes and so forth. Is that what you
Let
want
me
to
look
do?
at Councilwoman Amara and Mackey. Did you have any comments that you wanted to make swinging back, or did you include those in your questions?
I have no more comments or questions.
Okay, so Councilwoman Donovan, you can just do it all together.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. So thank you very much, Andy. And I appreciate the revised fund levels. Just a quick little correction on the Department 111. With the preliminary budget, the council actually only changed the Arts Commission, Economic Development, Endurance, and SHAC. When we approved the preliminary budget, we approved it with the city historian at 500, library was at 12,000 as you have, and we also approved the cable access television was 1,200 or 12,000, sorry, and then the undesignated sponsorship was at 2,500. So just when you're making those corrections to the final budget document, it was only those last 4 items that were actually changed by the council when we adopted the budget in June.
Okay. I'll make a note of it.
So thank you very much. But I know there's lots of numbers swinging back and forth, but with regards to the overlay, I'm pleased to hear that we will have $850,000 for overlay. I know that when we initially looked at the budget in June, we were only looking at like 100 and something thousand. So, and I guess then not having been, through this process before, Mr. Mayor, do we have a list of overlay projects, or is that decided at a subsequent meeting? Now we're approving the funds, but when do we actually determine the priority for overlay? Is that at another meeting, or when do we do that?
It's a good question because I had it on my list here as well. So, John, do you, what's the plan to come back for a street overlay plan?
Myself, there I am. No, we'll probably, Andy's bringing things back just after the first of the year. And as far as looking at all of our capital programs, I joked with Andy the other day that after we're done with this budget, we're going to get together later this week and start putting together the budget for the calendar for next year's budget. And that's going to include all the capital programs. So I would think that we'll put together the capital programs with the new budget just right after the first of the year.
So then we won't be doing any capital outlay or any street overlays until after the first of the year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So again, very pleased to see that we have those funds available. And I know that we are restricted. We can't use those funds for police or fire or other purposes. They are only to be utilized for transit or transportation related costs. I think that's important just for the public to note that we're not able to utilize those for fire or our police enhancements. Let's see here. I had a question on the airport. I know that Commissioner Amaro also mentioned, I was looking specifically on page 309 of our packet. The preliminary budget showed $1.296 million for an FAA grant, and now we've reduced that down to $829,000, which is a $467,000 reduction. Is that for the fencing? Is that the exact amount?
Yeah, so that's the amount that, in working with Chris Chardella, the city engineer on the airport projects, that's the amount that's available to cover the projects that are basically funded in part or whole by the FAA grant. that's
But I'm
available.
just wondering, so I mean, there's a reduction. So we received less than anticipated then is what happened. We received
Yeah.
$467,000 less, right?
If you turn over the page to page 310, and you look at the bottom two projects for airport fencing,
Yeah.
those are the projects that come off that actually
Okay, so it is the
enable.
fencing. Okay.
Okay. What we're doing is we're saving that money for a larger sum of money to do a bigger project to get it all done at once, I think.
Okay,
So
because
we're
I
not-
know that when we had our airport meetings, they were talking about the fencing. You know, that is something that the FAA has required us to do. So just something for John and I to note the next time we have our airport is that there are no funds available in this budget for that fencing now. So there's some, we need to
I'm
communicate
not
that
sure
to them.
that they're not available. I think that it's just that they're holding them back to be able to do a larger project.
Yeah, I think that probably the most correct way to state it is that we have the funds, but we just haven't allocated them into this budget. I think the fencing project actually is going to be much larger, and it's like north of $750,000 that they're going to do. So we have the money, we have the projects. They're going to do an amendment onto the ASIP to get a little bit more money, and then they're going to do the project.
Okay, thank you. I have all my little stickers here. I wanted to talk a little bit about, well, let's see here. With regards to the unfunded liability, I appreciate that we're going to discuss this pension obligation bond at a later date. This is something that I think that would be incredibly beneficial to the city. I've been talking about this for a while. Andy, you and I spoke about it a couple months ago, having participated in the League of Cities meeting as the voting delegate. I went to some of the workshops and so forth. And we had someone from CalPERS talking about, unfunded liabilities and so forth. And I do think this is something that we absolutely should explore. And I look forward to that discussion. So thank you very much for bringing that forward, because it can really save us, a substantial amount of money by locking us into that an incredibly low interest rate right now. And I really want to be able to take advantage of that sooner rather than later. So I'm hoping that that comes before us soon. Like I said, sooner rather than later, just so that we can take advantage if that's what the council wants to do. And I think it's smart. The council was very smart in setting aside those additional unfunded liability revenue or reserves. So thank you. I was on for June, but that was something that was done prior to my time. So I appreciate the wisdom of the council in doing that, because that does provide as a great backstop for us. So I really appreciate that. Let's see here. On page 313, with regards to gas tax fund 21, it shows that our capital projects, we're increasing them by $250,000.
Right.
So I didn't know. And so that's not the overlay. What is that?
No, that's the carry. Yeah, it is the overlay. So that is the carryover. So there's a carryover amount that makes up the majority of that.
Thank you. On fire, I saw that we are increasing, now I can't find it now, but we have a shaded fuel break for $40,000. I'm trying to find that page. That's page 302. Yeah, so the fuel reduction project on page 302. So that was something that's new, $40,000 for an expenditure. And is that
That's an in and out. So what happens is as these grants come in, they become part. So that is a grant that has actually transpired since the original budget was adopted in June.
Okay.
So that $40,000 is now part of the budget on the expenditure side, and it's also on the revenue side as well.
Great. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Regarding the community funding on page 292 of the document, I see that staff are recommending that we fully fund the various committees. You know, initially when the council approved the June budget, we already talked about how we have several of those. And I don't know, you know, we haven't really discussed whether or not there's a desire from the council to fully fund those budgets. I'm a little, I'm very conservative, and I want to be able to fund the budgets, make sure they have sufficient monies. But I also recognize the fact that our labor groups have, you know, they are not pursuing their increase right now because of the situation with COVID and so forth. And I just think that it would be fiscally responsible for us to hold back a little of that funding as well. I mean, everybody's taking a cut, and you know, my big issue is you know, fire, and you know, I want to talk about that a little bit here as well. We're just assuming that we're going to get that amount for fire. We don't know that, and we do know there have been additional strikes, and we're getting some monies, but that still is, we're just assuming that that's, or we're forecasting that that's what we're going to get. And so I just am not really comfortable with funding all of the committees at their full amount now. I think that they recognize that there's a need to share in the impact, the COVID related impact. And so I would want to see a reduction in those myself. Doesn't necessarily have to be half, but again, I think we all need to bear the brunt of the impacts from COVID. And I don't think that our committees and commissions would disagree with that. I just, on economic development, while I would like to see the economic development position filled, I do appreciate that there have been some additional monies that are moved into that department, 125 on page 294. I know the city manager and I talked about the contractual services. There's an allocation of $50,000 there, and that would be for any kind of consulting services, not just Update Auburn, which is done by Moira. So I think that's important too, that we have some flexibility there. I do hope that once, you know, at some point here mid-year, we can revisit this as well and see where our needs are with regards to economic development. But we do need to, you know, Commissioner Amara talked about to diversify. We all recognize that we need to diversify our sales tax. And so I'm hoping that an economic development director can really assist us in that endeavor. So with regards to the fire on Fund 63 on page 321, again, I guess it's just the comfort level of the council on whether or not we're going to get those funds, because right now we have no transfer in proposed from the general fund. You said that, Andy, that the fire chief did get one check in already. I mean, does he feel relatively comfortable? And we're, you know, what the fire season ends November 30th, right, Daniel, for Northern California?
I'm not convinced it's going to end until 2021, but that doesn't. I
mean, technically speaking, it's my
understanding though.
Yeah. So, you know, it would seem like we would have a good idea as to what we can assume. You know, obviously Measure S is out there. So I don't know if there's any desire of the council to reduce that amount until mid-year. And then, you know, it's a conversation, you know, it's something we perhaps would want to talk about, whether or not we want to fund that or consider a reduction like we did with the June budget until the mid-year. You know, again, we have Measure S. Hopefully Measure S will pass and we don't have to, we will have a sustainable funding, because right now this is not sustainable. It's just relying on grants to pay, which makes it difficult. So with that, so those are really my comments. So in my question, I don't really have any additional questions, but I do think that, you know, for Department 111, that for those committees, I would like to see the budget still reduced some. I'm interested to see how my colleagues feel about that. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Spokely.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few comments. I'll try to be brief. I know we're running along here tonight. Starting with the roadway overlay work, couple of questions, I guess. I think, Andy, you kind of hit on these and answered them, but just so I'm clear, the thought was that any unspent contingencies from the Nevada Street project would be put back into the roadway overlay program for the city. If I heard you correctly, it sounds like, you know, there's some monies coming back to kind of reimburse expenditures that have already been spent by the city at $275,000. But do we have an understanding of whether we have any remaining contingency that was allocated to that Nevada Street project that could go back to roadway overlay?
So I've worked with Chris pretty closely on this to make sure we were counting all the sources and looking at all the expenditures. So luckily, when we went through the audit, we trued all this up so that 1920 would reflect as much of Nevada Street as possible in the numbers there. So all those numbers were solid. And at the end of the day, the transportation fund had a fund balance remaining in it, which presumably was anything that wasn't spent on Nevada Street or for some other purpose, if there was any overlay carryover from that fund as well. So any fund balance that remained was not needed for Nevada Street, because in fiscal 2021, the only expenditure that really remained was I believe the retention payment for $275,000, okay? And that is covered in mass. I think 260,000 of it is covered by the CMAQ grant, okay? So a very small amount, if any, of the retention is paid for by TDA funding, okay, and taken away from overlay. So the money that's in Fund 26, the transportation fund, that's allocated towards overlay, $350,000 is real money and can be connected to any savings, if you want to call it that, on Nevada Street as originally budgeted.
Okay, I don't need to dive into the weeds here, so I'll circle back with Chris just so I better understand. And John, I'll loop you in. We had a pretty healthy contingency budget for the Nevada Street project, and every time we had a check-in with staff on progress of the project, that was a question from many of us on the council, was how any change orders, anything that are going to be tapping into that contingency budget. So I'll follow up with Chris and make sure I'm clear. But thank you, Andy. I understand what you're saying. I get it. The pension unfunded liability slide, as you know, Andy, is always my favorite thing to talk about during these budget updates and during the budget cycle. I think it was Councilwoman Dalvin Calvillo who mentioned that she's looking forward to the workshop / discussions related to maybe another pension sustainability bond. I'm all for that. We a few years back kind of earmarked 2.2 million or whatever the exact total was. I don't have it in front of me, but of our reserve for this unfunded liability. I think an investment in securities would be a great thing to do to ensure that we have that backstop, as you pointed out during your presentation. So I'm all in favor of that. I went back to the 18-19 budget, 1920 budget. And I noticed in your graph, you added the green bars to that table, Andy. And that clearly is an expense related to our pension. It wasn't in the last graph that you presented to us, but you're just trying to capture all the city's costs associated with our pension liability.
Right. Yeah, it should have been there. And when I realized it was a pension obligation bond cost, I wanted to make sure that what you were seeing as pension costs represented the true amount of pension costs that the city was paying for.
Gotcha.
Even though cost is related to pensions.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. In your presentation, Andy, when we're talking about gas tax, I thought I heard you mention some funds for the street sweeping program. And if I guess maybe a question for John if he knows, but isn't our street sweeper program not operational at this time, or did we rent a street sweeper? What's happening with the street sweeping program?
I'll let John.
Yeah, you know what? I know we have the sweeper, but there have been some issues. Let me find that out, and I'll get back to you.
That's completely fine. That was kind of a shot from left field, so sorry about that, John and Andy.
Okay.
Also, under the transit section, Andy, Connect cards were mentioned again, and I brought this up a couple of times. Are the Connect cards even a thing anymore? I know on the SACOG board, we've had discussions about Connect cards and their viability. I'm not even sure that SACOG is supporting that program anymore, at least down in the Sacramento region. I don't expect you to answer this. This is just a question maybe staff can look into. I'm curious if we're continuing spending money on these programs that the program founder is kind of jettisoning. I'd like to make sure that we're not spending good money after bad.
So we'll check with Menzel on that. I believe in the back of my mind, I want to say that there was a specific funding source from PTM-ISEA that's already been received for this project. So I think it's one of those, but I'll double check with him.
Yeah, you know, and I can answer that. At the last meeting, we talked about opportunity zones. You know what? The money that came in through the opportunity zone was for the Connect card program. And so somebody's getting a big tax deduction off of it, but that's where the Connect card is funded from. So it's an outside source.
Okay. Maybe just a question, something to look into. Moving along, the sewer fund. There are a number of lift stations that have been in the last couple of budget cycles that we've had. I'm not sure if this is something, John, you know the answer to, or if we need to check in with Chris on this, but the lift stations that are being upgraded in specific neighborhoods, are those neighborhoods funding the costs of these improvements to these lift stations through their sewer fees? Because we have different tiers that are added depending on how many pump stations your house utilizes to get sewer out to a gravity service. Do you happen to know if these various projects that keep showing up on our lists of sewer capital costs, are they being assessed directly to the neighborhoods that are benefiting from those improvements?
Yeah, you know, I'll direct that to Andy, but I don't think so. I think everything comes out of the sewer fund.
Yeah, it's ratepayer funding that funds any project in the sewer fund.
Okay.
From everything that I've seen, kind of digging through, I think it all comes out of the same pot.
Because I do know that there are tiers in rate schedules depending on, again, how many pump stations your neighborhood has to get sewer up to where it's connected to a gravity line. It would make sense to me if Vista del Lago has a sewer pump station upgrade that they're going to pay for it, not somebody who lives in the north part of the city of Auburn. But again, these are comments that I've had that I'm just bringing up. So I'll wrap up here real quickly. in your presentation, Andy, for again, the sewer fund, you mentioned the big capital expenditure for sludge dewatering press, roughly a $5 million line item in our budget. I went back and looked at the 1920 budget and it wasn't listed at all in that budget. And I guess this is maybe a comment for John. It sure would be nice for some of these larger funds that we have, enterprise funds that we have, to develop some sort of a CIP, some sort of a 5-year program where we can all know exactly what projects are heading our way. Things change and things get added or dropped depending on priorities. But last year we didn't know about this $5 million item. I know it was brought up mid-year, and we talked about it as we were developing the 2021 program, but that's a large, big ticket item that we didn't know anything about. So that's maybe just a comment. And lastly, kind of along the same lines, if you look at Fund 69, which is the solid waste fund, the 1920 budget had a projected budget of, or a projected expenditures of $180,000. In 2018, we got the new permit with the new requirements. We were talking about the landfill and we were talking about the cost, and I know we beat that up pretty good tonight, but I'm curious why in our 1920 budget, we didn't have a mention of potential significant potential costs associated with the closing, the permits that just got renewed in 2018 for the landfill. So I think the overall comment that I want to make is developing programs for our larger funds that kind of outline expenditures on a 5-year time frame. That's a very common time frame in the industry, but a time frame where we can kind of see, okay, well, we've got this big project that's coming up in 2 years, this big project that's happening today, and it's a rolling 5-year CIP program, I believe would be very helpful for us from a financial planning standpoint, and something that I think would be very good for us to look into. John, I guess I was directing that at you, John.
Yeah, matter of fact, everybody can look at their email tomorrow morning, but I'm going to send you a Word document that hits into exactly what you're talking about. We will be putting together a vertically integrated asset management program that inventories all assets, puts them into an asset management program, and then folds them into a capital improvement program. But literally, it's going out right now. And I'd ask you to take a look at it because it's a nice little diagram and it gets into exactly what you're talking about. Streets, landfill, sewer collection system, facilities, storm drains, landfill, everything.
That's great. That sounds great, John. I look forward to seeing that. Andy and John, Andy particular, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation as always. Always appreciate your report. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. I just have a couple questions left. Andy, on slide 9, where you showed the COVID-19 impacts, under the transient occupancy tax, you show in 2020, 2021, an increase of 45,000. Is that, just to be clear, an increase compared to the previous year or compared to the estimate that was originally in the budget?
Compared to the previous year.
Okay.
So you look at them in aggregate. So there's still a reduction compared to the previous budget, $15,000, but it's not 60 that we're projecting, and that's just based on looking at what has transpired from Elmwood receipts have actually gone up, ironically, and Holiday Inn are still lower, but they're coming back. So just looking at the forecast for those, that's how I came up with that.
Well, it's probably not ironically, the county's paying top dollar for the Elmwood. So, they're probably making a lot more money at the rate that they're charging the state for usage of it. So, okay, thank you for that. CARES funding, you had mentioned at the top, I think it was something around about $180,000 that the city was getting. I saw that there was, I think it was about 130,000 going to the transient fund. Can you just walk us through the breakdown of what that 180,000 will either cover, reimburse, or be used for?
So the 180,000 and the 130,000 are mutually exclusive CARES Act contributions. Okay, the 130,000 goes specifically for transit and can be used for operations or capital purposes specifically for transit. Okay, so that's over on the transit side. The general fund, or for COVID-related expenditures in the city's general fund, we're receiving $180,000. So the state allocated X dollars, I think based on population, to every city in the state that did not receive a direct allocation of CARES Act funding from the federal government. So anybody that had 500,000 or more people received a direct allocation. Those that did not received this allocation through the state. That amount for Auburn is about $180,000. Those funds are going for all of the things associated with whatever we needed to do to deal with the COVID issues, whether it be making sure that our buildings are clean, sanitized, appropriate for people to come in and do business in, whether or not it's PPE for the safety line people, whatever they need to do, whether it is certain capital activities. For example, today Dave brought something in for about $30,000 for something that is specifically related to COVID. So that $180,000 is going towards all of that. What is not allocated of the $180,000 that's actually built into the budget for COVID specific items, tangible items, can be used for safety salaries, particularly police salaries, because it's presumed that all these salaries that are being incurred by safety are COVID related. So you can use that money that's being allocated by the state for that as well. So we have a plan to make sure that we allocate every dollar of that $180,000 somewhere in the budget, whether it's supplanted or somewhere if it's something that we need specifically for COVID, even IT. So a lot of the laptops we bought for individuals to be able to work from home, IT platforms, anything associated with being able to put this meeting that we're having tonight on the internet the way we are, all of those costs are added in to that.
Okay, well, appreciate that explanation for sure. Slide 21, you talked about the closed landfill. Can you explain briefly what you meant by the sewer bill? What's the sewer cost related to the closed landfill?
Sewer bill. What did I say? Did I say sewer bill?
Yeah, you did.
I don't know what I said about sewer bill.
You said that that was the number that goes up and down and fluctuates, and you said that was the area that we needed to kind of.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the sewer. I was thinking of the sewer fund. Yeah, that would be the wastewater fee that's charged by SMD1. So the county, the landfill participates in wastewater disposal just like everybody does, and they pay a fee. Because of the size of the landfill and because of the amount of EDUs, equivalent dwelling units, associated with that landfill, the sewer bill, depending on the amount of runoff, leachate, whatever comes out of the landfill and actually gets treated in the sewer plant, is measured, and we get a bill every year. Once a year, we get a big bill from Placer County Environmental Services that says, this is what you owe for your sewer bill, based on the runoff that actually was treated in our plant. And that's been as high as 130,000. It's been as low as 70,000. So it fluctuates based on the rainfall.
Gotcha. I guess I would put a pin in that, John, back to kind of the earlier conversation about I get that the city owns the landfill, but who actually used the landfill? And maybe there's some discussion 30 years later to, should the county be paying a portion of that for their residents who use that landfill as well? So Thank you, though, Andy, for explaining that a little further. I guess I have three quick comments. I'll just breeze through these because the others have mentioned them. I am all on board for bringing back the pension obligation bond discussion. I think that the timing is right. We have set aside that money in a designated fund, and so let's take advantage of good interest rates. And I think your math and explanation made perfect sense and was a good use of that. So I too am very supportive of that. I agree with Councilwoman Dowden-Calvillo on two items. One is I really do agree. I first at glance I appreciated the committees being able to be returned back to where they were last year, but I really her comments about the fact that employees gave up negotiated salary increases, yet we would spend money on what I'll just say are extra items. I've always felt that these committees are kind of the icing on the cake, but we kind of need to make sure that the foundation is solid first, and the give backs that people have given, I think, need to be a priority over that. So I too would be in agreement of just holding the committees where they are through at least the mid-year review. And the same thing goes with the special fire fund. Obviously, I'm a huge proponent of staffing it. I think we have to find a way, but I think that we're overestimating potentially, the revenue that could be brought in. I did some simple math, and it's simple, so it may not be accurate, but in my quick math here, it would take 150 days of us having firefighters out of the county in order to recover reimbursable costs that met that estimate. And so I'm just not sure that that's completely feasible. So I at least for one, think that let's get through the next 6 months, like we mentioned, and reassess that at mid-year as well. I think as Councilwoman Dowden-Calvillo said, it's not just November that is, November is not just the only issue. It's also what will we see in the spring, and we just don't have that either. Will there be early strike teams as well? So it's how late in the fall will strike teams go, and how early will they start? And I know that's kind of an estimate, but I worry that we're overestimating it. Again, I want to see it work. I want to make that work, but I'm not sure that that is at the best estimate at this point. So I, for one, would be okay with us keeping it where it was for at least the time being. So with that, I want to just double check. It's late and we have a few more items. Is there anybody else from the council? Is there any follow-up questions following that? Yes, Councilwoman Amara.
Well, yes, I just want to comment on the we put the money back for the committees. I certainly understand everyone's concern, but by the same token, it's not a large amount of money, and these people are all volunteers and they work very, very hard, and the money is just going basically to materials and to their projects. So I just think that putting that right back to where we started is a good thing. And like we're doing the city, we're decorating that. And so I think these projects that they're doing is lifting our city up. And I think it's important to fund it back. It's not a lot of money, and it certainly is useful and important to these committees and what they do. So I don't want to take away the spirit of the committee. So that's my take on that. But with everything else, I'm good. I agree. We need to come back with the PERS situation and talk about that as well. That's very important. And I like the way we have been proceeding in the last 5 years.
Great, thank you. I do want to give a quick opportunity. It's late and my guess is no, but Amy, is there anybody from the public who's made a comment on tonight's budget?
No, let me double check that I didn't receive any during the item. No, I have no public comment.
Okay, great. Then I'll bring it back to the council for either further discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I move by resolution, we adopt the amended revenue estimates and expenditure appropriations for all city funds for the fiscal 2020-21 as summarized in the fund schedules presented with the fiscal year 2020 and to 2021 amended budget. And should I do number two?
Let's do, okay. I was gonna say, let's do them separate, but.
And by resolution establish a general fund cash reserve in the amount of $569,810 for the fiscal year 2020-21.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Is it a
Okay.
second? Sorry, just to jump in, is that a second on both motions or just the first or second? I think it probably makes sense to take them separate.
Oh,
We
sorry.
need to vote on them separately.
Yes.
I'll
Sorry.
do number one, the first resolution. Do you want me to read it?
No, you don't need to. Councilmember Spokley, just to confirm, your second, the first motion. Okay. Any other discussion on the first motion?
I just have some discussion on that. Both you and I, Mr. Mayor, had talked about perhaps reducing the Department 111 funds at least until the mid-year, when we have a better idea of where we're going to be, and again, given the fact that employees have stepped up and are not going to get their increases initially indicated or promised to them, or negotiate is really what I want to say. I'm tired. And then we also kind of talked about, whether or not we wanted to approve that funding at the full level for the fire or wait until mid-year as well. So I don't know if there is, I know there's two of us have suggested that, but I don't know if the other council members want to discuss that before we possibly consider a motion to amend, or if there's not support for that, then I could vote on the motion as proposed. So I'm just would like to hear from our other council members. Councilwoman Amara had expressed her thoughts on that, so I know where she stands.
Councilmember Spokley?
Well, most of the commissions, and I say most because I'm not sure about the city historian, but most of the commissions, if they want to spend any of this money, they have to come back to council for approval, as I understand it. So, and I think the Arts Commission has scaffolding up in the park right now for the umbrella project. So
that's been, and that cost has been covered for the umbrella project.
It's included right now in the budget, the amended budget, Alice.
Yes,
Part
like
of that
$20,000.
Yeah,
is
$20,000.
from DPA. Yeah. But then they also were able to utilize some funds from the last fiscal year. I'm the liaison to that commission too. So
I think we should leave it as proposed, and then you can make any adjustments mid-year. All the money, like Matt says, isn't going to get spent. So
okay.
I call for the question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, then I'll go ahead and ask the city clerk to take the roll.
Councilmember Dowden Calvillo.
Aye.
Amara.
Yes.
Mackey.
Aye.
Spokley.
yes.
And Mayor Berlant.
Aye. All right. The amended budget passes unanimously. Andy, thank you very much this evening. We appreciate.
You didn't go to the second motion.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
no,
Second motion. So I'm going to just stick with the fact that Sandy made a motion for it. I'll confirm again, Councilmember Spokley, you intended to second the motion again. Any discussion on the second motion? Yes, Councilwoman Mackey.
I just want to make a comment that this is the last budget that I'm going to be voting on, and that this is the last reserve item I'm going to be voting on. And I am going to trust all of you and any new council members to please maintain our reserves so we can have them at such times like these. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Very good words of wisdom to pass on. So any other comments from the council? Okay, with that, if the city clerk will please take the roll.
Councilmember Dowden Calvillo.
Aye.
Amara.
Yes.
Mackey.
Aye.
Spokley.
Yes.
Mayor Berlant.
And I'm an I as well. All right, Annie, this time, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We look forward to hearing you back in December with even more updates, especially on tax revenues.
Thank you, Andy.
Where we are.
Thanks, Andy.
Okay, moving on to item number 9, which I know he's going to be really fast at if he even has anything. John, city manager report. You're on mute though, so I'll take that as a.
That was
no.
quick.
It's almost 11, no report.
Okay, perfect. Item number 10, the COVID-19 update. I wanted to really quick, just it is late, but just mention a couple things. Our daily new case rate is on the rise. We're at 4.8, which puts us in the red tier. That's actually up 0.4% since my update on Friday. Our test positivity is at 2.5%, which still is well within the orange tier. It too is up though 0.1% since Friday. Our totals in Auburn in the 95603, we're now at 220 cases since the start of the pandemic. That's 8 new cases since last Friday. So the reason I thought it was important tonight still to mention this is in my discussions with the county health officer and the other county leaders on Friday, based on the fact that we are continuing to see our average daily case rate hitting the red tier, if we don't stop that trend here very quickly and get that number back into the orange, it's very likely that we will move backwards in that metric. So just wanted to at least start that discussion. I'll talk with the city manager tomorrow, but it's probably likely that we'll hold our economic recovery workshop on Friday so that we can talk a little bit more about that and start preparing ourselves for the potential for that, as well as the new equity metric and what that means and what it doesn't mean, as well as some of the new guidances that are out. So that's a real quick overview of some of the stuff I have been working on. I'll turn it to John to see if there's any additional items for COVID that he's got.
No, just a comment. I think every county is dealing with the same thing of seeing some of the numbers go up, and I find it hard to believe that the state's going to reel everybody back at this point. So we'll see, but we can talk about it tomorrow.
Great, thank you. Any questions from anybody related to that? Okay, so more to come, but we'll plan on getting together on Friday for those who are available, just so that we can start the discussion, just in case. I'd rather us plan for it and not go backwards than not plan for it at all. Item number 11, City Council Committee reports. Just based on time, I'm going to move those to our next meeting, and so we will skip that. However, please indulge me real quick. I'm going to reopen public comment for one moment. There was something I really wanted to bring up that I didn't get a chance. So I'm going to reopen public comment and just mention to the community, to the council. It was brought up over the weekend by a property owner that Caltrans is in the process of using eminent domain to take a portion of property along Lincoln Way and Borland as part of their project for a roundabout. I know that Councilmember Spokley and I think even members of the rest of the council had expressed some concern with the project early on. Related to eminent domain and the way the city is somehow being included in this is the fact that Caltrans is essentially telling the property owner that because the city of Auburn has no record of the billboard being permitted, the value of the land, they can't take into consideration the loss of revenue. And so John and I had a brief conversation today. However, I was able to get a lot of timelines and facts from the Woodland family. And city staff will be following up to make sure that, one, we do our due diligence to ensure if there was a permit, what it looks like, and whether or not it needed a permit, and to ensure that the city is not the result of them not being able to get reimbursed for their loss of revenue. And then second, following up to determine what the city's response to Caltrans was, commenting on the project and what action we may have. So likely I will ask our city manager to agendize this for our next meeting so that the council, all 5 of us, can actually discuss this item. But I just thought it was critical enough to bring up here because obviously we have an elderly property owner of residents of Auburn who essentially are losing their valuable land and potentially for reasons that I'm not sure we would all agree with. And so I think that the city and the council needs to step up and push back on Caltrans and make sure that our voices are heard, whatever that voice may be. So more to come, but I just wanted to bring that up tonight. But since I've opened up public comment, I want to make sure there's no other public comment that anybody else has. I will just do my due diligence. Oh, Councilmember Spokley, go ahead.
I'll be real fast. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we're going to agendize this, it would be nice to have Caltrans come in and talk to the city. There was one workshop that I was aware of that I attended where I spoke with a family, about their project and the impacts, the Caltrans project, the impacts to their property. It seems like this project is moving forward and we as a council, at least I as a council member, didn't know that this project was still moving forward. So I'd for one like to hear Caltrans, I'd like to invite Caltrans down to give us a presentation on what they're doing.
Absolutely. So we will plan on doing that. I'm just going to voice for the city clerk to see if there's any other public comment.
There's not.
Okay. With that, I will close public comment and I will adjourn the meeting, and I will see as many of you that will wake up at Medler's in just a couple hours. So good night, everybody, and see you later.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.